All right, what's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. I am your boy Knock. Rob isn't here yet, but he should be here shortly. He messaged me back, told me 5 minutes, so I'm expecting him to come in at any moment. And yeah, I'm hoping for a good conversation. I'm gonna try to keep it clean. Turn my camera on. Try to keep it clean and respectful, and we'll go from there. And here he is. So, hey, what's up, man?
Hey man, sorry about that.
Oh, it happens. It happens. I usually have some crap I can usually run my mouth about, so I can fill time. But yeah, how you doing?
No worries. I'm doing all right. It's early morning for me. It's about 1 a.m., but I'm a
Oh,
night
wow.
owl, so
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm in the opposite boat. It's 1 in the afternoon, but I'm having I had a late night at work last night, and I'm having a very slow time waking up this morning. So I'm kind of
Mm.
coming alive as you're going in the opposite direction.
Right.
But
Nah, thanks for having me on. I just thought I'd just reach out. I mean, I've seen your YouTube maybe last 2-3 months, like on and off, because I see you pop in and out in
mm.
conversations, and I just thought, you know what, I'll just reach out and maybe just get to know you more, and yeah.
Oh yeah, and I'm interested. I've talked to Hunter a couple times, but yeah, this is the first time
Ah,
I've
yeah, Hunter Bailey. Yeah.
yeah.
He's a good friend. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he, seems like a really nice dude. We were
Mm.
gonna have like some a live conversation, but I think neither one of us really got around to it. Probably more my fault than his.
Mm.
But
Now, Hunter and I are very good friends. We sort of like team up and do our things well, and
mm.
yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know you and him were talking, so that's cool.
Well, yeah, he moderated a debate. I was in on Modern Day
Oh,
Debate
I see.
about a year ago, probably. And yeah, we talked a couple times about having a conversation. We just never quite got there to doing it.
Mm.
And yeah, I know very little about you. Like I think I saw a conversation or two that you've had with Skylar. But outside of that,
Oh yeah.
I know very little. So this should be an interesting experience. I do think that you're like a different type of Christian than I usually talk to, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
more, I was raised fundamental Baptist. I usually deal more with fundamental Baptist, young Earth creation, that kind of thing. And
Sure.
you're, from what I hear, an evolutionary theist, that you believe in
Mm-hmm.
evolution.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely a different kind of Christian than I'm usually going at. So this should be interesting. But yeah, I'll open it up to you. You can talk about your channel and what you kind of do, and then kind of whatever you'd like to talk about today. I'm pretty much game for
Sure.
anything.
Sure.
I'm not afraid to say I don't know if I don't know something. So.
Yeah, and also to let your audience know, you and I are talking, like, even though we were briefly chatting in the text, you and I are literally talking for the first
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's
We're
I
just
just love
meeting. Yeah.
I just love these moments, because it's like, if you hit it off right from the start, everything flows well, and that's
Mm,
my ambition in this as well. Yeah. So I run Sentinel Apologetics. It's with Hunter, and it's sort of like a hobby thing. So
mm,
Hunter, he does his private life. He's obviously doing New Testament studies and so on. I'm more in the sciences. I'm in the physics field and engineering field. I became a Christian in 2015. My journey started in 2010, and the channel started around end of 2017ish, around about there. Um, and so yeah, I've just been doing my thing, as you pointed out. Like, I'm a little bit different in the sense that that's the thing. I mean, I grew up in a European Christian household, but my my Christian family, they didn't really like force anything onto me. They just wanted me to just sort of like
mm,
do my own thing, and yeah, for me it was more sort of like a data driven context rather than an emotional like you have to do this or else sort of thing, right? So um and yeah, my channel is just dedicated to sort of like pulling in the best data points about Christianity, but in a model sense, because that's the scientist in me thinking like that. So like, if the model is coherent, it doesn't have to be like say if we were to look at it completely skeptically, but at least if the model has some form of coherence to it, or some sort of like an interesting feature, then that's basically my goal, is to sort of present it that way. Now I have obviously had some friction with the well, as of late, the young Earth creationist community. Like well, I've noticed you, for example, you had discussions with Matt Powell and those, that group. And yeah, I myself, I've had to also take time out of my day to try and even respond to certain arguments that he's made. Like probably the one that took me about 2 months to make was a 2-hour video I made on the dinosaur blood argument that he likes to.
Oh yeah. He hit me that one. I'd never heard it before, and then I went and looked at it, and I'm like, this is nothing like what he said.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So it's that's the thing. I want to, like, I take seriously the commandments of Jesus, like when Jesus says, "Be salt and light," and this concept of philotimu, which is this. The word means a love of honor for the respect of those who don't see it your way or have never walked in your shoes, but that's okay, because it's not an us versus them attitude. It's more like we're all in the same boat. We're all brothers and sisters in humanity, and if God exists and if He's communicated to Jesus, and if I in turn reflect Jesus, how do I then put that to my fellow man? And that's, in a nutshell, that's basically what I want to present. So.
Well, yeah, and I like that conversation, because I've dealt with it quite a bit. I've met an interesting slew of Christians since I started being on YouTube. One is in the side chat, spamming the side chat, doing his usual Spurg routine, the preacher, and he's like, his thing is, if you're not a Christian if you still sin. So I'm going to ask him on I'm going to ask on his behalf, do you sin? It's just like a silly question. It's such a silly question.
Yes, I'm a wretched sinner.
Yeah,
I shout Paul's. I verbatim quote Paul at the end of Romans 7. What a wretched man I am. Who can save me? This body infected with death. And then immediately the next chapter is all about, well, moving forward then, while we were still sinners, why does Jesus do what He does? And it's a reformation, it's a reforming, it's a renewing of the mind. It's an already but not yet attitude that Christians have. Probably the best example I can give is, and I'm currently, for my local study group, I'm writing like a Bible study commentary through Mark, and I've just finished with the guy that his son is having an epileptic seizure, and he approaches Jesus to heal him, and he's like, "I do believe, but help my unbelief." And it's that I do believe, but also there's this unbelief. There's that paradox, that tension, where the text is very transparent to say, look. And a lot of the scholars that I've read on that verse basically say this. Like, there's a guy named Joel Marcus for the Anchor Yale commentary. He says that this is the Christian life in a nutshell. It's this: we're walking in faith, but at the same time we understand, oh, yep, we slipped up, but that's okay. You can still stand up again, keep moving forward.
I try to explain that to the preacher. Is like, that's the Christianity I grew up with. Is your sins are washed away with the blood of Jesus Christ, but at the same time, it's this constant journey, this constant trying to be more and more Christ-like, trying to be a better and better person, as opposed to thinking that, all right, now I believe in Jesus, I'm perfect, I can do no wrong, I'm perfect in the eyes of God. No, that's just not the Christianity that I think most Christians, no matter your denomination, is going to kind of represent. And I find it odd, like, because he'll definitely be like, well, you're definitely not a Christian because you sin. And it's like, I don't know. Like the atheist, don't even go around doing that. So it's kind of odd to me.
Yeah, yeah. No,
But
the universe is in constant motion. Time is flowing forward. Yesterday was yesterday. It's not like we are in a static, frozen moment where it's like, okay, now you're perfect. You know, no,
yeah,
there's always something that can happen, and that's the whole problem of entropy and thermodynamics. It's what the ancients or the ancient philosophers called chaos Kampf. It's a German word to mean the struggle with chaos, and we're doing that all the time. So
there he is with his no truce Cosman. But yeah,
that's all right. Yeah.
thank you, preacher, for showing up. I do appreciate it. Dr. Josh, I appreciate you timing out his spamming. That was great. So
Hey, Dr. Josh is here.
yeah, Dr. Josh, a good
Hey.
friend. Yeah, he's in the side chat.
Yeah, he's a
So,
good friend as well. Hey, Dr. Josh.
so I have noticed, and I have seen a little bit of the back and forth. You know, with Smokey, I have mixed feelings. Like we have our own personal thing, and I think that his motivations behind going after YEC are a bit flawed. But when he goes after YEC, I can't never really knock him for it. And I have kind of noticed they're like putting. I don't watch Smokey's channel. I think that you've been on Smokey's channel a bit lately, but I don't watch that. But I
Yeah,
have
I
noticed
started
that
to go
other
on him.
people
Yeah.
talking about like kind of lumping you in there, like, oh, Smokey's attacking us and Rob Rowe is attacking us. SFT praise all of these young earthers out there. And I usually appreciate it when Christians go at the YEC. For one, YEC it's a rather new phenomenon. I think it really started late 50s, early 60s, and to
Exactly. Yeah.
Christianity never needed that before. It's very easy to understand that this universe is ancient, but you can still put God there making it, and big whoop. It's easy to read Genesis and take it like the allegory. I think that it is, as opposed to taking it just as this is history. It's like, come on, like most Christians don't even believe that. It's a rather new thing, and it's usually in the fundamental circles. So when Christians go at the YECs, I usually try to be as supportive as I can. Now, when it comes to Smokey, I just can't be supportive. But people like you, such as that, is something that I've often wanted to see. Atheists to go at these YECs, or science-minded people will go at the YECs, but I want to see more Christians. Yeah. I like seeing the Christians do it, though. Definitely.
Right. Nah, there's a lot. Trust me, there's a lot of Christians. I'm in Australia. There's a lot of Christians in my department, and also a lot of Christians in a sort of like a European Christian sense, like basically all the Christians in Europe. That, I mean, take for example Cambridge or Tyndale or Oxford or whatever, and it's rigorous, faithful scholarship in regardless of what field you may be in, but also with a Christian veneer to it. And then when we engage with, and I hate to put this because you're in America, right? But when we engage with American Christianity, it's like we non-Americans think to ourselves, "What the heck is going on with America?" This is again not to attack America, but it's like just the weird stuff that comes out of America sometimes. It's and Christianity is an example, or the type of, I guess, models of Christianity that come from there, like Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness, all this weird cult. And then a young creationist come from Ellen G. White's so-called visions that she had, the Seventh-day Adventist founder.
See, I just started. Please expand on that, because I just started really looking into that. I know Justin Coe, a Seventh Day Adventist, and he's supposed to be at some point. He's going to come here to Michigan and introduce me to the Seventh Day Adventist leadership. So I started looking into Ellen White and kind of how the Seventh Day Adventist thing got rolling, and I never realized. But yeah, that's something that I've just recently learned myself, is that she kind of sparked this new movement that has kind of spread across all these different layers and denominations of Christianity here in America.
Yeah. It's just interesting when you read her writings. There's this. She didn't couch it in terms like the way, say, Ken Hovind would put it, or something like that. It was just she claimed to have prophetic visions. She started seeing sort of like the end of days to overlap with sort of like the grand catastrophe of the flood, and you know, she'd take passages like this and sort of envelope it out into this potential Armageddon, like a Michael Bay Armageddon,
Yeah.
you know, feel to it, and you know, a lot of explosions, and then there was a guy who was a huge fan of her, and he his name is George McCready Price, and he took her writings and then made it into this like model. So he was like a proto Hovind, believe it or not. This is just at the turn of the 20th century. Everyone, he was just an unknown dude. He didn't really he didn't become as popular as he hoped or as accepted as he hoped. But then Henry Morris and John Wickham and all those guys in the 1950s, just after World War II, started to write about
Yeah.
a sort of like a scientific defense of McCready's hypothesis through Ellen G. White's, you know, musings. And then the young Earth creationist movement started, and then it just went like wildfire. And it's again, it was under the veneer of like something to do with, you know, the infallibility or the inerrancy of the Bible is being attacked. So therefore, we need some sort of rigorous, I don't know, like a militant sort of like defense to this. Like because notice, I hate to say this, but I have to be honest. When I saw, for example, the way Matt was with you in between you and him, and obviously things have got a bit tense, but that's what I'm getting at. There's this like militant attitude, like it's like a team sports. We need to fight this thing. We need to be aggressive, and yeah, I just see that mentality as the roots of the young creationist movement in America.
Yeah, you spoke earlier, you know, like just kind of how America's different than the rest of the what I'll call like the Western civilized world, and I think that America has become like this bloody battleground for a fundamentalist versus what they would call progressive Christianity, when that is just like mostly normal Christianity throughout the rest of Western civilization. I do think American fundamentalism has spread, but more into like third world countries, and they do that intentionally, trying to take. But I think that it has become like here in the States, it's become very politicized. So you know, most evangelical Christians here in the States are lumped in that Republican group. So it's become like this culture war here, to where they see America becoming more secular, like, you know, like Europe had become. Like the Christians there in Europe, as you said, are quite different than the Christians here, and it becomes this culture war that they're trying to fight, and they don't want their Christianity to kind of like get to that point, and they definitely don't want America to be accepting of all these different groups that now we're trying to be accepting of. So it is like this kind of like frontline culture war that's happening here in America amongst Christianity, and you know, like atheists, while we can be loud here on YouTube, when it comes to America, we have literally no voice. So this is a war that they're pretty much fighting between each other. And then you have outlier groups like atheist or the Temple of Satan, secular humanist groups, but it's basically these two major camps of Christianity kind of duking it out here in the United States.
I think that's very well said. I think I mean, just to back onto what you just said, like my plea then to any group, but specifically in the context of the Young Earth group, that behaves like this, in the sense that, you know, we can't allow Christians to go down the route of the European Christianity model or whatever. Where's the harm in that? Because it again, it's not European Christianity versus American Christianity. It's Christianity, which is this thing we call the Bible, and first century Christianity, which then the scholars who are, at the end of the day, believe it or not, just doing their own thing. They're just I mean, regardless of what field, again, could be biblical scholars, could be scientists. They when they wake up in the morning and when they need to do their chores and when they need to do what they need to do, there's no Ken Hovind flowing in their mind, and like a conspiracy, like, oh, we need to like make sure that we are still working for Satan because evolution is for Satan, and or biblical exegesis, even down to like the critical level is like you're working with the devil. Like that stuff is just nonsense. No one's thinking that. There are faithful Christians in this field that when they wake up in the morning, they give praise and glory to the Trinity, and then they go straight into their work, what they need to do, and do their thing. And so then when we, and when I was venturing into Christianity, like, my bump into the militant young earth creationist people and folk, like, that was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Like I've been in this for about 10-11 years, but I didn't really initially see how bad this actually is. And it's mostly an online thing. It's like the internet it seems like the internet's a place where a lot of, I guess, people's they need to let off their steam, and they need so they come on here, and it's
well. And I definitely think if you're the type of person that will turn that camera on and kind of like speak to the world, then there is a level of narcissism there. So you have a bunch of narcissists coming on and arguing with each other. Yeah, it gets pretty brutal here on the internet.
So I just want everyone to know that, like, for example, Dr. Josh, yes, he's agnostic. He's still a very good friend. Him and I, like, if we were to fellowship, he knows I'm a Christian. He would respect that. I respect his position. But for the sake of what's called the pursuit of truth, he would be absolutely on board with wanting the best results for my sake, and vice versa. I'd be like, hey Josh, like, I just came across this, and he's like, oh, I want to check that out. Give that to me, and then I give it to him. There's no. You see, this is behind the scenes as well. Behind the scenes, there's no like, oh, okay. Like, I'm waking up this morning and now I found something that can really convince Josh to become a Christian now. Like, as if it's an agenda. It's like an obsessive compulsive disorder agenda to that I need to, force people into the faith, and like that doesn't happen. That is not normal thinking. If that were to happen.
And I have found that a bit odd, because some people are like that. I think a lot of people are, as you say, they're just normal people, and they don't wake up thinking these things. Like, I've always yearned for the day when and I do find this more with European Christians than I do talking with American Christians. I yearn for the day that American Christians can just accept that a person like me exists. It's not the devil behind me, and that I have ideas and I have beliefs, and some of those ideas and beliefs are going to be right, some of them are going to be wrong. Instead of judging me, work with me to have the right ideas. Because honestly, if you're right and Jesus Christ is the ultimate truth, well, if you're working at me to get to the truth, that's the only really real way you're ever going to convert me. To where if you're just kind of judging me right off the get, you're coming at me in a certain way to where I feel like I have to go back at you at a certain way, then there can never be any respect of humanity or sharing knowledge, or even if you tell me I'm wrong in that situation, I'm automatically not going to believe you, because I'm in defense mode instead of seeker mode, I guess would be a good way to call it. I'm not seeking the truth. I'm just there to kind of squash whatever it is you're saying about me. So I yearn for that, and I'm not sure if I'll actually live to ever see that day here in America, because it kind of seems like their narrative, at least, is the louder one, and gets it seems to be catching on, and a lot of that's to do with the polarizing politics that's going on in America right now.
Right.
As my Facebook notifications go up. So yeah, it is an interesting thing. Yeah, you seem very you
Yeah.
seem very pleasant. I don't see how anybody could get in like an argument with you. And when this was starting, people were like, time for rage to rage, and I'm like, so far, I don't think that that's even a possibility. Um,
Right.
so I do appreciate that the fact that um when both sides can come together and actually just talk about some knowledge, talk about some truth, and as opposed to just, oh well, you're an agnostic or an atheist. Like, a lot of people have attacked Dr. Josh just because he comes from it in the way that he does. Historical expertise, but he's an agnostic, and so they kind of attack him as this biased type individual, when it's just,
Mm.
no, just have a conversation, learn from him, and then if you know something that he doesn't know, maybe he can learn from you as well, and that's how it should be. It's just, unfortunately, here on YouTube, there's the whole drama sphere and all of that, but it's just like both sides are usually trying to be the loudest side, so there's never anything productive that can actually be done,
Mm.
can come from it, you know.
Yeah. Again, speaking of Dr. Josh, and I promise, Dr. Josh, we won't we'll try and not talk about you too much. But recently, he was interviewed on Bread of Life, her channel, Rebecca. Again, an excellent interview. I recommend everyone check that out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, the more I, whenever I see Dr. Josh online, because again, don't forget there's protocol when you come online. There's protocol how to say certain things, what to say, and so on, and it's I guess you could say there's a little bit more transparency and a little bit more like openness comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say this: he used a very good analogy about how if you can kill a frog by slowly cooking it, and it won't realize it's actually being cooked to death. Um, boiling it in water, and he used the analogy that there are scholars who the reason why they don't become atheists, even though they are exposed to the same data points that he was exposed to, is because it's sort of like they have time to digest it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, that's a new little critical point, but there's time to digest it. Whereas with him, he was just thrown into the boiling water, and so he hopped out, and
Yeah, I think that's very
yeah,
legitimate. For me, um, so I think it's very easy for people, especially if they've had a belief system growing up. It's ingrained, it's foundational, it's pretty much the only reality they've ever known. It's very easy for people to get tidbits and rationalize it away as it comes. But if you're thrust into a situation, that it kind of all smacks you in the face, then it really becomes kind of like, really hard to deny it,
mm-hmm.
and I'm not sure how it happened for Dr. Josh. I'm sure it was just being presented with all of this information that kind of went against the indoctrination that he had
Sure.
received growing up, to where for me, it was just, I was an avid reader, and I started reading a certain, I started getting into to religious conspiracies or religious history,
Mm-hmm.
and I started to study more and more, and it was like I was smacked in the face, like, all of a sudden, hey, like, I don't believe the Bhagavad Gita. I don't believe it was like this
Sure.
mind, the situation where I think I had all of this information that I was reading all at once, and it kind of hit me to where I didn't really have a chance to rationalize that away. You know.
Yep. Yeah, and again, just to bring that up, the reason I brought that up is and again, you're basically saying you've had a sort of like similar experience, and I'm saying that I understand where both you and Dr. Josh are coming from. Now, I don't claim to have any, say, PhD next to my name with respect to the Bible and so on, but being trained in peer review and in academia, you have an eye on how to look for certain things, and so I will acknowledge that I was the slow cooking frog,
Mm.
that I was able to digest it. But here's it could be an audacious statement, but here's what I also want to say. I suppose you could say the water has reached boiling point, but I'm still alive in it. I'm not dead.
Mm.
and and the reason why I say that is because when Dr. Josh presents something, or when I see some form of critical, not argument, but sort of like a perspective,
Hmm.
um, I can't wait for that opportunity, because then I look at it and I think to myself, okay, that data point's there. But then it doesn't then lead me to a disbelief, and it's not that I want to believe. It's a legitimate. I can't see how this is a rational way, or this will lead me to a rational conclusion, and that is to disbelieve or to reject it. In the same way, for example, because I come from India, I was born in Hyderabad, and you're speaking about the Hindu Vedas and so on.
Mm.
Like, yeah, there is a reasonable, rational way you can conclude that it is completely myth and so on. Yes, there are Indian tribes and cultures in its history that sort of embellish the stories, and that's how they originated. But um, for me at least, in that sort of Christian Europe sense, again, a European family migrated into India after
Mm.
during World War II, and then I was born. Like that cultural heritage and that mix I've been in, and then looking at the biblical text for all it's worth. But that's another thing. I'm only 33. It's not like I claim to know everything, but
No.
what I can say is, as of today, the more I learn, and the more I've only had my eye in tune onto the academic critical scholarship. I have been that frog that's been slowly being cooked, but then the water still hasn't killed me, the boiling water. Um, so then the
Mm.
question is, how high is that? Should that temperature go and keep going? And that's something
Yeah.
I can't answer that. But
Well,
uh,
and kind of to your point, I find myself trying to fight against my own biases now as an atheist. I've been
mhm,
an atheist now for 20 years, and it's like sometimes, I know that I just reject things out of hand, and it's like, I need to stop doing that. I need to be able to look at things with a fresh perspective, not be biased, and it's somewhat of a struggle. Um, and yet ultimately it's just trying to be that open person, like, um, I can sit here and have a decent conversation, and it's very easy for me. But then if it's a heated conversation and my back,
exactly, yeah,
my back's kind of
yeah,
against the wall, then it's just
mm,
like I automatically reject things to where if I'm cool and calm and I'm looking at it with an open perspective, I might not actually reject those things. What was I talking about the other day with somebody? It was um, people were asking me like what I believe. People at work all the time, especially new people, like once they find out like I'm an atheist and I'm on YouTube and I talk about it, they just get like amazed, and do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? And somebody was asking me like, do you believe in sirens and stuff? And I'm like, well, no, I would if I saw one, but
mm,
I've never seen one. Then it was like mermaids. Do you believe in mermaids? And I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to. I'm not going to deny that there's a possibility. We've explored what 5% of the Earth's oceans. Maybe they're out there, but I don't. I've never seen a
yeah,
mermaid.
yeah,
So,
mm.
um,
Yeah,
and
and plus
so
these questions,
I want to
yeah,
be
go for it,
more
yeah,
open minded and not
mm,
so just, oh, you're automatically wrong because you're going against what I believe as an atheist.
mm,
As a mythicist, I want to be able to admit, yeah, I believe a lot of the times I believe Jesus is a myth is because I'm an atheist. I've come to the conclusion that story that I read was
mm,
wrong. But then I'll go out and I'll find the Robert Prices or the carriers that kind of give that scholarship to back up my opinion, um,
mm,
instead of being open to like, or I could possibly be wrong about this, and please educate me. So it's like I'm trying to be better about that myself.
mm, mm. Yeah, and with respect to those questions, like, is there a mermaid out there? I don't know if maybe if it's my age now speaking, like in the sense I'm old enough to sort of see the. That sounds that's not a bad question. There is no such thing as a bad question, but
Mm-hmm.
it depends on who's asking the question. Like
Yeah.
if it's an adult asking that question, then that's just very immature. Purely because you can actually make a hypothesis on why a mermaid doesn't exist.
Well, yeah,
So, for example,
and
I was
they're usually like 20-something-year-old, men or women. They're usually
yeah, yeah,
younger people that's coming in, and I believe they tried to show me videos, because there's all these videos of the alien looking
sure,
mermaids on YouTube, to where like,
right, right.
it's like this thing does, or it's not that mythical, beautiful woman body with a fish tail. No, these things are pretty creepy looking.
But
So
then
it's
you see,
like they watch these YouTube
mm,
videos and they start believing the crap.
but those questions, when people ask those questions, and this comes on both sides of the camp, by the way. This comes
Hmm.
from the atheists I've spoken to, and this even comes from the Christians I've spoken to. Like, basically anything's possible. The moment you go down that route, then not only do you throw away any form of rational thinking, but you just throw away the uniformitarian nature of reality, and because there's limits to what reality can allow. So, for example, I was talking to an atheist friend of mine in the early stages. Now, I guess you could say he's from atheism. He's sort of like lurking in agnosticism, but he would say things like, "How do you know that in the Andromeda galaxy right now that there's no spoon floating around in space, like a spoon, a fork, and a knife,
Hmm.
and so on?" And I'm like, well, first and foremost, the the anthropological construction of this thing we call a spoon derives from only recent history, like say the last 6 to 10,000 years,
Hmm.
and it's of a certain construction of the periodic table of elements, which requires at least 9 billion years of Big Bang history because supernovas create the periodic table of elements, and then you need an intelligent organism like a Homo sapien that that is only the product of 3 billion years of evolution to arise to then make this thing we call the spoon. So this
Hmm.
notice there's a lot that goes into just the existence of the spoon and its shape and its
Yep.
function. And for you to ask the question, how do you know that there is no spoon? Um, Goes along the lines of, well, because based on what we understand about our history, Earth, the human race, and so on, you can't and then implicitly say that there's a clone of exactly this existence taking place in the Andromeda galaxy. So, based on the knowledge that I know now, I can make a predictable hypothesis
Mm.
that there is no spoon. not
Yeah.
not quoting the Matrix here, but there is no spoon in Andromeda, but there could be something that is totally other that we can't think of happening in Andromeda. But at the same time, the law, that's, you see, again,
Hmm.
my imagination can go wild. But the reason, again, why I'm limited to saying no, I don't think there's a spoon, is because the laws of nature, like when we look out into the Andromeda and we look at the spectral analysis of the stars and Andromeda and how it functions, it's the same physics. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
like if we
Throughout the
transported our
universe.
spoon there, the spoon would still exist in that very form. It wouldn't like dissolve into something or vanish or whatever. And so all I'm saying is, I just wish that both camps, um, that conversations between both camps, which, and it has happened before, can have a mature sort
Hmm.
of like honest pursuit of truths, like a scientific adventure. If you saw the movie Contact with Matthew McConaughey and Jodie Foster,
Yeah. Yeah.
she receives that signal, and it's like that tension where she is both a scientist and at the same time she says, I've had this experience, I can't defend it. But then curiously at the end of the movie, there is like 18 hours of static recording that authenticates that even though she came down, even though she fell within 1 second of that travel, she was 18 hours on that beach with her alien dad. And
Mm.
you see, it's just movies like that. I just love, in a social media sense, where it depicts a sort of like a mature approach to this. In other words, the God question shouldn't be ridiculed, and those who are critical of the God question, they shouldn't be ridiculed. There should be a. At the end of the day, we're all on this rocky body, Earth. We have a sense of emotion and spirituality in
Mm.
each of our lives. We hurt. There's love, hurt, anger, all those things. And so then, yeah, if the God question is a very important question in a lot of cultures, but then unfortunately, those who don't look at the God question critically are the ones that become, I don't know, let's just say,
Mm-hmm.
tyrannical.
Oh,
They hurt people through it, and
I
vice
think on both
versa.
sides, yeah. I
Yeah.
know plenty of atheists that atheist here on YouTube's kind of different than atheists out in the real world, and I don't know many out in the real world, but I have met a couple, and they don't. It's almost like they don't like me more than Christians do, because they don't think
Right.
about the God question seriously, or they don't think about these deep things very, very seriously at all. They just go about their lives. They live their lives. They want to they want to get promoted at work and raise their
Right.
children. And so I do think that it happens on both sides. And when that happens, then it becomes really impossible. If a great majority of people just aren't even caring of the deeper issues that go along with life,
Mm.
then you have this mentality of it never really being addressed at all, and you find yourself 40 years later trying to deal with the same issues in the same exact ways that you've been doing it for the past 40 years. I think it creates this atmosphere of stalemate to where, and to your point, like both sides, I do think being a perpetrator of somebody that will just go off. I've come to the conclusion that I've got to chill that out, because I'm not doing any good. I'm not making a better image of what an atheist is to not only the Christians that I'm talking to, but to the Christians that might
Sure.
observe me just on the pure chance of coming across my channel. Is it needed sometimes? Sure, but only when it's at its most necessary should I resort to that level, because
Mm-hmm.
ultimately it's on the two individuals to have that productive conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And if one's not doing it, it's not necessarily, two wrongs don't make a right.
Mm.
You've got to provide that example, and I'm trying to be better about that moving forward, because while it's can be fun in the moment, the audience loves it and they spaz out. I'm not doing
Right.
anything for the conversation by doing that.
Right.
It's really, it's not helping America especially, but the world come to terms with the fact that we atheists do exist. We can challenge these things, but we can do it in a respectful way. Um, I don't have to be disrespectful to the God concept,
Mm.
because a lot of people use that God concept to get to the same point that I think that I'm at, which is ultimately I'm trying to be a good person and not take advantage of other human beings as I go throughout this life.
Mm. Mm.
Um, I don't really care how you get there, as long as you get to that point. If it's God, I don't care. It's when you want to really push that theocracy, or whatever you want to call it, and make other people kind of go
Mm.
by the guidelines you set for yourself. That's when I should really have an issue and take issue with it.
Yeah. Oh, well done.
Mhm.
I agree with everything you just said. Yeah.
Yeah, I know they said my eardrums appreciate your efforts, knock. Yeah, and sometimes I think that it's absolutely necessary to do that. Like if you're facing somebody that just doesn't want to accept your existence for what it is, whether it be like a Matt Powell of the world, or uh, a Smoky Saint, that's going to
Sure.
just use vitriolic language and try to demean you, then you need to be stand and firm, and stand your ground. But at the same time, oftentimes it's just almost we start bickering just to bicker, instead of really being interested in actually getting to a level of truth at the core of
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm.
Very good. Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of pay attention to the chat. I know
Yeah.
they
No. No.
probably
It's okay.
my
Yeah.
chat's like, this new conversation style, I don't like it, but no, they seem to be okay.
I'm happy to discuss the questions. You can ask me any question. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions on maybe how do I marry the Christian faith with, say, the scientific endeavor, or maybe
Well, yeah,
my
I
journey
am
into
interested in
Christianity,
that,
or
and we
yeah,
definitely, you could kind of tell me how you rationalize it to yourself, because I've had those conversations, very interesting conversations with Christians, to where they think science directly leads them to God. OG Otangelo Grasso would be one of them. To where I think, and I'm by no means am a scientist or an academic, but I look at science and I see it the opposite way. I see, because of science, it seems like that God's the gap.
Sure.
The gap keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So I am interested in how you kind of rationalize that. And then I do have like a few questions about, being a Christian. What I would, so far, I'm hearing a rather, progressive person, I would say. So the Old Testament, I'm known for asking the questions about the Old Testament. So I would kind of like to, maybe ask you a few questions about the old law. How do you, do you put any stock into it? I'm sure you don't. You're not a Matt Powell of the world that thinks that we should kill all gay people and stuff like that.
No.
And just kind of how you rationalize that and make it into a modern belief.
To be honest,
things like
to
that.
be honest, I'll a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek trivia fact about the homosexual thing, and then we'll get into the topic. But by Matt Powell's logic, Leviticus 18 or any I don't know, stipulation against gay sex happens to only be directed to men.
Mm-hmm.
There's no mention of women. So by Matt Powell's logic, only men should be killed.
I did ask him about that, and I think he grudgingly gave me, oh, well, yeah, all gay people, but like it's almost like I don't think he came right out and said it, but he's like, it was almost like, yeah, I don't mind watching the girls get it on.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah, like it didn't seem like he had too much of an issue with lesbians. I'm a man,
Okay.
of course I'm gonna look, that kind of thing. But definitely an issue with the crossing of swords. We'll put it that way.
Sure. But just to again to clarify though, why not women? What's the rationale or the logic behind just men?
Yeah.
So and then this will lead into I guess my current understanding of the psychology of the ancient Near East and how the culture used to think, and then maybe I can then lead that into questions on, say, Genesis 1, science and all that, which I know Dr. Josh in the chat, he'll love to hear my take on it, because him and I have discussed this before, and I've definitely nuanced my position much more than when we first had our discussions, and I think he'd appreciate more my approach to it now than say before. But basically,
yeah, go ahead. I'm going to turn off my camera real
it.
quick, but I'll be right back on. I will be listening as well.
You'll be listening? Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So basically, Jacob Milgram, for example, and there's Baruch Levine. These are two particular scholars that have written on Leviticus and Levitical law code for the JPS and Anchor Yale commentaries, and they point out that in the ancient Near East, there is no concept of a woman producing seed or contribution of the woman to the procreation of humans. She's nothing but just a vessel.
Mm-hmm. And
this leads into, ironically enough, and then again, it's still a big question mark on how that this is the case, but this leads into Greco-Roman ideas of procreation, where in the Greco-Roman model, women were perceived as having a porous, cold body, like a very wet, porous body, meaning porous in the sense of very leaky, versus the male body that's very hard, rigid, like hot in the sense of not cold but hot, and so therefore they would ask the question, well, why is this the case? Oh, because in the woman, she's this vessel, so the reason why you're giving birth to a male is because the oven was baking the seed at the right temperature, and it was just the right moisture, right temperature, so that it becomes this very strong like structure, and hence the male body. But if you're giving birth to a female body, it's because maybe as the mother you had a lot of like sickness, illness, maybe you were in a cold environment, you didn't have enough baking time,
Mm.
and so you're giving birth to a female. And just quickly to also connect it to this, in Mark 5, either it's in Mark 5 or Mark 6, but you have this depiction of a woman that has an issue of blood. She's been bleeding for a long time, and she goes and touches Jesus, and she gets healed. And the Greek is very interesting because it says that power comes out of Jesus, and that power solidifies her womb, so to speak. In other words, and Greco-Roman scholars have noticed this polemic against that idea of the porous woman body versus the hard male body, where if Mark is written to a Greco-Roman audience, Mark is basically saying Jesus, who is God incarnate, is turning the table on its head, but that you think the male body is hard and not that it cannot be penetrated. Well, guess what? The divinity of Jesus penetrates through the male body, making the male body porous, and then the female body is uplifted to an equal status because she can receive the power and get it healed. In other words, she's not victim to this illness for all her life. She has the egalitarian ability to receive that power, just as the same power that the male body is able to sustain.
Mm.
And so this type of thinking is very interesting, where it goes straight back into the ancient Near East, which is well before Jesus, by the way, and it's this depiction that, okay, if men are the only means by which the seed is I don't know, deposited. So this language of like, you are in the loins of so and so, and it's always like a male lineage.
Yep.
Well, in that line of thinking, then, if Levitical law code is all about sort of like a purity in the sense of what is right order, not disorder, what is non-chaotic, what is quote unquote normal or the right way to do things. Well, again, in that culture, the right way of thinking is man and woman have to do what they need to do in that sense. It's not normal then to deposit seed in areas that will not take any function or root. And so if male on male sexual act, well, that's what's happening in that regard. It's a non-productive spilling of seed. But then why is it an abomination? Now, it's not original to Yahweh. It is all the Old Testament stipulations have an ancient Near Eastern backing.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is that if in that thinking, if the seed then is basically human life in liquid form, then if the spilling of seed results in a non-fruitful root to take place, then therefore what you're doing is you're killing your seed. Therefore, the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, so life for life sort of law comes into play. And so therefore, if a man has sex with another man, it's like he's basically, in that act, he's murdering his seed, so therefore he needs to be killed.
Yeah, it's kind of like
rigid. Yeah,
the male version of abortion, so to speak.
Something like that. And so this is why it's not logical then. So if the woman is not producing the seed, it's not logical then to have a law against, if women, lesbians, that they need to be killed. Well, you see, this is the rationale of the purity code. Now, what's interesting is there are those who are pro-LGBT, and they are sensitive to this type of scholarship, but then they do something which I just wish they didn't, in the sense that, since I'm being very transparent with the scholarship and I'm saying, look, I'm all for being a brother to an LGBT person, but I can't relate, or I can't be involved. I have no interest in sharing with that way of life. So in other words, you do you, I'll do me. But at the same time, I'll never judge you or put you down or anything like that. All I can do is basically regurgitate what Jesus gets at and how Jesus approaches the issue of sex and marriage, where he doesn't even go to Leviticus.
Mm.
And this is the method that I wish people like Matt would utilize, because Jesus says something that just cuts to the chase. He's just like, look, marriage is the union of man and woman, both in the image of God, and that's it. Why it makes no sense to utilize an ancient Near Eastern law code that has no universal application. It was only applied
Exactly.
to the Jews in the wilderness in an ancient Near Eastern context. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is the problem that I run with. So, and Christians, they often accuse me of looking through a modern lens at these times when I don't. Um, if Christians could just see, as you're saying, that this was a cultural thing, this was a cultural norm in the area, in the time period. This is how they saw life, and that's perfectly fine. That's what history says, and that's how this world has steadily progressed since humans have been here. We've steadily progressed. It's been this progression, and society has gotten better and better. The generation that's current learns from the generation before. The generations that are going to
yeah.
come are going to learn from the current, and so I don't do that. And my question, or the challenge that I posed to Christians, is because they put that on God. When if you just recognize this was a cultural thing, this is not some standard that you have to live by in the modern day, then really there wouldn't be an issue, and we could move on to the deeper issues of whether God exists or not, and not get hung up on these little caveats that most of these people were raised into. They were hammered. These things were hammered home to them at a very, very young age. They sat around the dinner table hearing dad with his derogatory language toward this certain group of people, and it becomes normalized to them. If we could just get beyond that and say, not put this on God, because the moment you put it on God, well, then you open it up for me, the atheist, to question the morality of the God itself, as opposed to the morality of the cultural situations of the time. And those are two very different things.
And what you just said there is so sophisticatedly cutting edge, in the sense of scholars in the ancient Near Eastern field where they specialize in human ethics from an ancient anthropological context. In other words, what was flowing through my mind when he was saying that was like, regardless of what religious person you are, you could be Christian or not, Christian or Muslim or whatever, but the argument you were making is so good.
Well, thank you.
Because think about it, because God then, if the laws in the Old Testament are only from God, in the King James, Ken Holden way of thinking about it, right? This literally fell from heaven. Then God is stuck in an ancient Near Eastern culture.
Yeah.
We have the God of the universe, that for all eternity, the way he functions is like an ancient Near Eastern person, and that's it. Whom how ironic, contradicts Jesus, because then Jesus comes in the scene with the Sermon on the Mount and does away with it.
Yeah.
He's like, you've heard it say this way, but I tell you. Like, and then, how ironic, you fall down the Marcion route, because then you have people who, not knowing about that nuanced perspective of, because scholarship now has been able to unravel that nuance, but Marcion, for example, is like, well, then we have two different gods or something like that. Like, we have the Old Testament God and then Jesus, but as a Christian, I can say praise be to God for the scholarship to show that it's not like the whole church did what Marcion did. They again, even though for them it was a little bit, how do you work around this? But then, now that we've been able to understand the culture more, we can then see the trend. Like, you can then actually see Jesus, even if you believe him to be a myth. I'm just saying again, as a model, as a narrative context. Jesus approaches himself, or appears to present himself as a transcendent, like he comes from somewhere, but then at the same time he's sort of like working with the ignorance of the population. It's like, I work with them for now, sort of thing. And
I've often asked that of Christians, because that's often that's the interpretation I get. So if I get behind the mythicist thing and or get beyond the mythicist thing, and you know, you come to that historical figure, whether you believe that historical figure was divine or not, you do have this figure that somehow was able to look at the society around him, say this isn't right, and offer this transcending narrative, like we can do better than this. And that's kind of
Yep.
that's the Jesus that I grew up with, and that's, I think, a lot of Christians have that focus of Jesus. So, well, Jesus is this really caring being that just wants the world to love each other, and then those type of Christians who aren't used to this YouTube back and forth, and they'll hear me say some things, and it's just like automatically get pricked up because I'm coming from a different perspective. I'm coming from, you know, an Old Testament perspective, or I'm coming from the perspective of a fundamental evangelical that has a completely different worldview than this particular Christian would. And I've ran into that a lot of times, and it's as you kind of said earlier, it's this almost you know, a lot of people just don't really want to get serious about looking into why they believe what it is that they believe. They just believe.
Yeah, yeah, and also I recently bought the remastered edition of Ben-Hur, the Charleston Heston Ben-Hur movie, and again I came across which I didn't know, to be honest. Again, writing through Mark, I came across a saying that Jesus gives about giving a cup of water, but then that phrase is all throughout the movie. Where Ben-Hur, he's dying of thirst, and then there's this man. Notice the movie doesn't show his face. He just comes, gives a cup of water, and then there's this tension with Ben-Hur's life. Like he goes to the galleys. He's a rower, survives, gets Roman citizenship, comes back to Judea, but then knows that his mum and sister they're lepers now. So then he wishes that he didn't drink the cup of water, but then there's this tension and wrestling, and then at the crucifixion event, he then takes the cup of water, gives it to Jesus, and then he realizes this is the guy that gave me the cup of water 4 years ago. Like, just that simple concept of the cup of water theme in that movie not only overall showed that first century dynamic of way of life, right? You know, the Romans and the political drama going on in the first century sense, but then the story gives this transcendental element of who is this mysterious person that gave the cup of water to Ben-Hur? Even though Ben-Hur is a fictional person in the story, because the story is fiction. But all this theological nuances in that, just it's emotional for me. It's like, you know, it's just beautiful. And then that concept, then the reverence the movie has for that, and the respect the movie has for that, I just wish that Christians it's been 50, 60, actually like 80 years since the movie came out, but it seems like we've lost that care and reverence of how we treat each other as brothers and sisters in humanity. That, you know, that sort of theme has been seeping away.
Well, yeah, and I, you know, here in America is fairly easy to track, because I mean, over those 80 years, you've had just this really toxic, polarizing politics kind of come out to where we have our two major parties. You align with one, and if you're on the other side, you're the enemy. You know, and now we're to the point that's primarily how we look at everybody. You know, a lot of that is Donald Trump. You know, everybody puts everything on Donald Trump. I'm not one to do that. I always said Donald Trump was just a symptom. He was Donald Trump. A version of that was bound to come along sooner or later, because all he did was bring it to the surface. And now it's apparent for everybody to see, and you can't even really quite escape it anymore. But it is this, like, over the last 80 years, it does seem to become, even in the Christian communities here in America, like they are at each other's throats. And it's like it gets worse. It doesn't get better. And this interpretation of Jesus, it becomes so nuanced within each individual group that they can point the finger and say, well, you are horrible. You're not what this country needs. And then you have the outliers like us who just don't believe in any of it. And then that gives them that enemy to point the finger and say, oh, it's because of this new movement that we are necessary. We need to conserve this because of that. And over the last 80 years in this country, especially, I'm not sure how it is. I think it's probably a lot different in Europe. Here, it's like just each generation gets more polarized and more on the fence and more.
Sure.
It doesn't even take religion. It's just that's the enemy, that's the liberal, or that's the conservative, and we see each other as enemies instead of human beings.
But that's inevitable if you're talking about population growth and how ironic in an evolutionary context and also evolutionary psychology, that notion of I suppose you could say natural selection, and then a very subtle nuance that biologically evolution didn't predict this, and that is the social structures, because again we're enlightened being, we are a Homo sapien, right? And so then regardless whether you're Christian or not, we all have to agree that the Judeo-Christian model was at the forefront of removing superstition, so Greco-Roman superstition going out the window, then Reformation Europe with the advances of science, critical thinking, and then that leads into those who would have been weak and suffering have now the benefit of medical attention and so on. But again, that's not to say that there are people still suffering, because guess what? Now again, this is the Christian model. Human sin comes in a way where we're talking about politics and money and agendas. People still suffer, like there are still slaves around the world. There are still people that are starving, and but that's a testament to this thing, what the Bible calls like the condition of the human heart. Yeah.
Well, and I will agree, and then I'll kind of push back a little bit. I will agree that over the course of Western civilization, Judeo-Christianity definitely became the major institution, and it did push a lot of the old superstitions away, but then it kind of focused on its own as well. And it wasn't until like really modern history that we started escaping some of those being witchcraft, like devils being something that actually is out and about control. And I know, like we were talking to the YECs, fundamental Christians still believe these things, but most people just don't. That's not part of their everyday thinking. Sure. I do think that because I want to grant that, yes, Judeo-Christianity definitely has something with getting rid of a lot of those old superstitions. And definitely they're the institution that's dominated Western civilization as we have progressed farther away from superstition. But I do think a lot of it is science and technology and just how small the world has gotten. It wasn't that long ago that that's Salem witch trials the Salem witch trials were going on, and they were hanging people for being witches. That was not that long ago, but we have had this like really influx of technology. I can speak to you in Australia now, or I could talk to Europeans now, to where before we couldn't do that. It was the world was a lot bigger in the way that like we as humans only kind of interacted with our own, to now it's a lot smaller and we're interacting with everybody. And I do think Judeo-Christianity had a lot to do with it, but I also think that just the way we have evolved as a society, including all of our little gadgets and technologies and the tools that we use, that had a lot to do with it as well. And some people are still kind of stuck in that mode to where they have a lot of these old superstitions, but nothing compared. And there is a difference, because Christian superstition is really nothing compared to that old world of just pretty much just everything is superstition. Like I had this bat in my house, and it's flying around, it's coming at my head, and I could totally I remember thinking, I can understand the person in the cave who has this bat coming in, thinking that this is some demonic figure, because it will come straight at your head. The bat doesn't see it. It kind of, it sees through its sound. So it doesn't really see me standing right there. It's going to come. So I can see how these things kind of began just by this little thing that's happening in my modern day life now. I can, like I had that thought, like, man, I can see why they would think that something like this is this demonic, entity, because it's freaky. It doesn't even look natural in the moment, So it's very easy for me to put myself there, and I do think that, you know we've been able to talk more. Like, it's going to be hard for China to still believe in dragons when, well, we've observed the entire world now, and
Right.
no dragons.
Hey, there's still dinosaurs in the condo. Don't forget. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I was. What was it the other day? Praise was having a conversation. Job and the dinosaur, and I'm like, you guys,
Yeah. Did you see that?
come
I
on.
was in that. Did you see that?
Well,
That
I saw
discussion
his
there?
monologue, but I didn't see your part in there.
No, I
I
came in
yeah.
and he basically changed his mind. But
Really?
then
Oh,
I
I'll
hear
have to watch it now.
so praise. No, not praise. Smokey. Someone edited the conversation. You know those little clips where it says 5 minutes later from
Yeah.
SpongeBob, like they put those clips in, and so it's a 1 hour edit called "Younger Creationist Apologizes for Toxic Behavior" or something like that, and it's got the Spider-Man laugh meme,
Hmm.
J. Jonah Jameson laugh, like as a thumbnail. Give that a watch, because
Yeah, I'll
for
have to
like the
check it
first
out.
10 minutes, I was just absolutely just blown away by. I've known praise for about 2-3 years now, but just blown
Hmm.
away by. Literally, he's saying you might as well call yourself an atheist, might as well call yourself a heretic or something, and then even expletives here and there, and so
Yeah.
then I come in, and then his tone changes, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't mean any of that personally." But my ambition
So
is,
brilliant.
hey, praise. Okay, I'm gonna put that all aside. I'm not gonna take it personally. Let's just have a discussion about it. And sure enough, I showed him that it's not a dinosaur. It's describing the genitals of a bull. And what did it for him was when because apart from the Hebrew and more or less Aramaic nuances of the word, which by the way the King James has stones, so there's your testicle there, and then it
Hmm.
says it moves its tail. Tail is euphemism for penis, but then that word move means to excite. So what did it for him was the Latin Vulgate has nervi testicularum, so nerves of the testicles of this behemoth figure,
Hmm.
and then
Yeah, I'll have to check
and
this
then
out, man.
yeah, and he was just like, look, I mean, here we
I
have
gotta
in church history
I gotta blur
Jerome
that
saying
part of my camera.
Jerome saying it's testicles. And but also, just quickly, I want to quickly say this. I liked what you said about the bat thing, because what came to mind was there's actually only there's very few. Okay, when you said bat, I was thinking of Batman, the movie, the
Hmm.
comic. Um, Apart from the famous Michael Keaton Batman, because
Yeah,
he's a cult classic, and
I
also
think he's the best Batman. That's
right.
just me, though.
No, because I grew up with I would watch the Keaton one with the Penguin one, even though it was
Hmm.
really weird. But for
Yeah,
some, like I grew up with that. Like, I'm old enough to say I used to watch that like probably once a week. Um,
I probably did too for a while.
yeah,
Yeah.
but the one that came after that was the Val Kilmer one.
Hmm.
Now, that to me, I think, was the first, even though it was goofy as heck, especially with Jim Carrey and all the
Yeah, yeah.
visuals, but the psychology of the Val Kilmer Batman is perfect. It's brilliant. Um, so much so that there's even a deleted scene where the Val Kilmer Batman, he has to deal with his demons, and there's this huge human-sized bat in this like vision he's having, just
Yeah.
slowly
Yeah, I
flying
remember that.
through.
Yeah.
It's a deleted scene, and he's having to like deal with this monster. And even
Hmm.
as a kid watching that, obviously I know there's no such thing as a giant bat like that, and blah blah, and obviously the movie's not trying to say Batman's becoming superstitious, but even as a kid I understood the meta narrative of that scene, like something that can be so terrifying. It could be anything in life. This is again this thing known as chaos,
Hmm.
and in other words, life is the B word. Life is it's not fun. Life is a whole lot
Hmm.
of lemons can arise, and how and then
Yeah.
how that's in the movie, like in Rocky, where he's like, it's not how many times. How does he put it? It's like, even though how many times you get hit, it's all about how you can get up after being hit.
Yeah, yeah, something like
Um,
that.
yeah, and
Fizaraki.
that's the sort of imagery I drew from images like that, and you see it again beautifully depicted in Christian Bale's Batman. Like,
Mm.
he overcomes his fear with the bats, and so therefore,
Yeah, that might be what I was thinking as the Christian Bale one where he's
right,
having his bat fury. He went into the cave and there was all these bats. So I think I was thinking of that when
right,
you were speaking of the big
right.
bat.
But you see, but even though I love Christopher Nolan and his depiction of Batman, but that sequence was a bit too fast. Like, it
Mm.
didn't pause to reflect on the fact that there's a lot going on up here for
Yeah.
him to overcome that. Um, but in the early church, you have the same depiction where the theology of the New Testament really did something quite beautiful for the early Christians. Like, for example, Polycarp. He's, for no reason, because of the superstition of the Greco-Roman world, the Christians were called atheists. And
Hmm.
interestingly enough, the word atheist doesn't mean God denier or I don't believe in God. Rather, the word is all about my association with the deity. So, like, to be an atheist or an atheos means I don't, I'm not associated with Zeus, that deity.
Hmm.
I'm not denying his existence, but I'm not associated with him. And so then you have, in Polycarp's account, you have Caesar and then the proconsul. Polycarp, give respect to your age. He was like 86 years or something, years old. Stop being an atheist. Recant and come back to our way of life, I suppose.
Yeah.
And it's just that tension Polycarp has, hence the bat, that image, that terror flying towards Polycarp. And then
Hmm.
Polycarp, in a very humorous way, he motions to the crowd and is like, away with the atheists, meaning those who are not associating with Jesus and the the belief of Polycarp in that moment. And you see that type of, I guess you could say, the blood of the martyrs and the courage to, where they knew the only way of moving forward to overcome the tyrannical, totalitarian, superstition fueled thing we call the Roman Empire is the only way moving forward is to spread this message of liberation, which, sure
Hmm.
enough, like a virus, the Christian message went through all Mediterranean,
Oh
and then,
yeah.
as pointed out, the Reformation European context came as
Yeah,
well.
I definitely agree with that, without a doubt. I speak on this on my channel quite a bit. We've had a bit of fun about how the first Christians got labeled as atheists, and yeah, it did
Mm.
definitely had a different connotation than how we use it. But honestly, they're basically the same movements. To
Mm.
where, as you were saying, like Christianity was going against the superstition of that Roman Empire world. The modern atheist, the new atheist, um, we some of us do it. I probably do it worse than a lot of others. But what we're trying to do is really stand against that superstition of the Christian world. It's
Mm.
like it's
Mm.
it's a progression now, but at the same time, it's like when you put it when you look at those first Christians and what they were actually standing against, which would have been the Roman Empire and maybe even possibly the ingrained fundamental structures of um, the Jewish civilization at the time. Um,
Mm.
that's what they were doing. They had this new message, this new like we don't believe in these old superstitions, and they got labeled the exact same way that we get labeled today, pretty much doing the same things. We don't believe in these old
Mm.
superstitions,
Mm.
we believe in this new world, to where yeah, we don't have any gods, but at the same
Mm.
time it is that on its base level, that same movement that was happening 2,000 years ago in Jesus's time and the time of the first Christians, that's still happening 2,000 years later. Just now it's with
Mm.
secular versus conservative or whatever.
And
Mm.
I just want to quickly say this. I come from an atheist background, even though I have Christian heritage.
Mm.
But my, um, I don't know,
And just kind of like
Yep.
to inform, when I turn my camera off, I don't like smoking cigarettes on camera for some reason. Most smokers don't. I
Oh
just
no, that's
it
okay.
makes
That's
me
okay. Yeah,
uncomfortable.
yeah. No, no, that's okay. Yeah. So I, I've had a taste of the quote unquote secular world way of living. Uh, Let me just say this: that if you're talking about critical thinking and a natural or naturalistic engagement about reality, believe it or not, if Christopher Hitchens went back in time and spoke with Paul, they would become best friends, in my opinion,
Hmm.
against the Roman and Greco-Roman context, or pretty much any superstitious cultural context.
Yeah.
Even more so if Christopher Hitchens went back in time to, say, Moses. Oh boy, the superstitions of the ancient Near East is just off the charts compared to the polemic
Oh, yeah, agree.
that,
Yeah,
that the
100%.
prophets of the Old Testament provide, where they are ridiculing the superstitions of reality. Now, I suppose, as an atheist, Christopher Hitchens would say, but Moses and Paul, you both are superstitious in your own way, in the sense of you believe in the quote unquote supernatural and God and so on. But my pushback, and not a pushback, more like an encouragement, like an invitation to check it out, is see the way. The reason why you have Reformation Europe with the advances of science is because of the fact that there's an encouragement to have a logos principle, logos, the word, a rational principle of testing things and putting things to the test, and not just believing things without critical analysis.
Mhm.
And also that fact that, and how ironic, if God exists and if the miracles in the Bible are true, God is not doing a supernatural miracle. Because if you think about it, and this is a lot of the early, even the church fathers noticed this, if God were to do something supernaturally, then that contradicts his very nature, because if you think about it, like God, he is the logos, he authors the laws of nature, he puts this universe together.
Mm-hmm.
But then the only way for him to function alongside it is to contradict the laws of nature that at the end of the day come from
Exactly.
him anyway. But it's because
Exactly. You nailed it. This is the fundamental issue. Like, if people believed in a God that created everything, created the mechanisms, the laws, the world as we know it, right? I could, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily believe in it, but I wouldn't have any issue with it, right? Like it's when this God, or when it's believed that this God can or cares about this world as opposed to all the billions of worlds in the universe, or this people, so much that he's gonna break the laws it created in order to intercede, interact, people that claim to have prophecy, and you can see the future through God. That's where it's like, all right, this isn't just something that I can dismiss anymore, because you're literally saying that this being wants the world to be this, which is usually their interpretation of what the world should be, instead of this being, if it exists on the level of what we know about the universe, would be so far beyond our feeble comprehension as to any labels or descriptors that we would put on it is bound to be wrong, right? Like it was, there's no way that we could grasp what that thing actually is. So somebody working the mechanisms of the universe, and not necessarily working the mechanisms of this one particular world, I'm not going to take much issue with that. Like, yeah, I might not believe it, but at the same time, I'm not going to spend all day long sitting here denouncing it either. Because that's the question, and that I've often posed myself as agnostic on that question. I can't possibly know that there isn't something running this universe. Like I can't know that. It's not within my ability. Socrates said, was most known. I think he was most known for saying that the smartest people know that they know nothing, right? Like, so something along those lines. I'm sure I'm butchering Socrates. So, but it was something like that. The smartest people they know that they don't know anything, or they know that I can't quite remember, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
No, yeah, definitely, yeah. And if you want to, if anyone out there wants a scriptural mandate about why I said what I said, like go to like Galatians 4 verse 8, around there, where Paul speaks about you were you're slaves to things that are not gods, or not God. In other words, in that passage he speaks about, say, the zodiac and astrology, and because guess what, Jupiter was Zeus in that depiction. And okay, it's quite audacious for a first century person like Paul to go against the norm of the day and saying that thing up there in the night sky that you think is Zeus, no, it's just a natural object. It's not a theos. And you see, but here's a religious Jew speaking like a secular atheist of today. That's what I'm getting at, and I find it interesting and curious that if he's doing that, then alongside the context of Jesus being called the Word, the Logos, this rational way, this rational principle, then therefore, if God exists, and if God indeed is incarnate in this person named Jesus, what's happening is he's working alongside the laws of nature. He's not contradicting it. He's working with it. It's the religions, the superstitious religions of the Near East and Greco-Roman religion, where you had the gods having to contradict the laws of nature to then appear as out of this world. But Jesus is a story that just really interests me, because he approaches people without showing off. He doesn't want his message to be spread initially. He's always saying, don't just go and just spread this out. He's very careful, very systematic in how he approaches things, ultimately for the goal. And this is also part of the testimony, the questions I raised, the two particular questions I raised that led to this journey. And so therefore it's this goal that God has to then do the first time that he contradicts the laws of nature, and that is the resurrection. It's like he's done all of this to then lead to that moment of, as Paul says, death is swallowed up in life. There's like a victory over the grave, and then he's opened the door then to sort of like, say, reverse the thermodynamics of death, so to speak, and move forward. Now, I can, if you want, I can go into maybe my testimony, or we can go into the Genesis science as to
Sure.
why I think that. But yeah, I don't want to like overtake with me talking. Like,
No, I'm fascinated. Yeah. Like it's rare when I can have like a decent conversation with what I'll say, like the other side, but just like with a theist in general, and not just necessarily Christians, but any theist. I can remember when I went on Modern Day Debate, and I was talking to a Hindu guy on Modern Day Debate. It was me, this Hindu guy, and this Christian, and the Hindu and the Christian just automatically tagged up on the atheist, and it was like there was no. It's very rare to actually have a possibility of having a very intelligent but respectful conversation with somebody, because oftentimes it's just we come prepared to bicker and fight. I'm very interested in your story and kind of how you how you kind of get beyond it, because I've often said that if people can get beyond the superstitions of the Bible, not take it like, oh, this is a representation of how we need to live in the modern world, then we can actually have a conversation, because at that point, CJ Cox here in the side chat have respect for you, but at that point, then I'm basically having an argument with CJ Cox about how Israelite slavery should not be applied to modern day America. It's like this isn't even really a conversation that we should be having. Sure. Let's go a bit deeper than that.
Yep. Okay. Then I'll try and fit it within 5 to 10 minutes about my testimony, and
I'll take notes and I'll try to be quiet.
Okay. And then we can go straight into the science topic. I don't mind. So, I was 21 in. I was about to turn 20. Well, actually, I turned 22 in 2010. But in 2009, my opa, so my grandfather, he was 89, and he started to, just as I turned 21, he started to pull me aside and do what grandfathers, I suppose, are meant to do, and that is give a pep talk. And since he's religious and Christian, he's like, these are the days. Think of it like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and Uncle Ben. That sort of pet talk in the car. These are the days when you're going to become a man, and with great power comes great responsibility, all that stuff. And so he was sort of doing the same thing in the Christian sense. And I only knew about the Adam and Eve, Jesus, and that's about it. I couldn't quote the Bible. And he started to talk to me, again, coming as a veteran in World War II, actually as an army general. The Japanese were going through Burma, so that's why we were stationed there, my family and so on. But, he'd start to introduce me at that age, which I'm sure people around the world at an even younger age have been exposed to more rigorously than I was. But because again, I'm in a first world country that is sheltered from the dangers of life, and so he was telling me, look, you may feel invincible, but I just wanted to let you know that life is very short. I'm already 89, and you need to know, like, you're responsible, even though you're not a Christian. I can see you're still responsible, blah blah. We've sort of imparted, I guess you could say, Christian values in some sense. But he cared for a more mature outlook of life moving forward. And so that being said, his funeral happened the following year in 2010. At the funeral, since I was his favorite grandchild, so I was at the last, and I placed my hand, before the casket closed, I placed my hand on his cold forehead. Now, so that not only was that my first funeral, but that was my first experience for death, per se. And this reality of touching his cold forehead, and it's just like, oh my gosh, like, here's a guy that's encyclopedia of experience, and he's cold. Now, yes, the atmosphere is sad, but I will be honest, just that touch sort of zapped away all negative emotions. It intrigued me, in the sense of, it didn't freak me out. It made me go, why? Like, why is it this way? And so then you have the pastor of the church giving his, I guess you could say, at the time you would call it a subjective opinion, for the sake of to tamper the emotions, to cushion the emotions, to make, because it's a Christian message, and guess what? There's hope at the end of the tunnel, and so therefore don't worry, that sort of attitude. And I had secular friends, non-Christian, who also said the same thing to me, which I found very intriguing. Because I asked them, like, so what do you think? Like, we had a discussion about death, and then they said, well, your opa is living on in your memories. His legacy is still living on in you. And I'm like, well, that's no different to the religious argument. The only difference is he's implicitly living through me, whereas the pastor's saying he's actually living. But the point is, you're both giving a subjective comfort-like message, just to make me feel good. I'm not interested in you making me feel good. I'm interested in, why is death even a reality? And if there is a God, like, how does he work with this? So I hypothesized two questions that week. I asked, okay, God, if you exist, and mind you, this is me with zero knowledge of the Bible, so I asked, if you exist, what is the most efficient way you can demonstrate your existence? And in the context of the fact that I'm not the only grandchild suffering with an opa's death in this world. There's thousands simultaneously happening the same thing. And if you do exist, so not only is it what's the most efficient way you can reveal yourself, but what's the most efficient way that, if this is indeed a problem to you, that you can solve it somehow. So and then again, that's also assuming that death is a problem to God, and so therefore, if he's a good God by definition, then he will find a way to find a way out, so to speak. And so then I was sort of reasoning, well, okay, if he exists, and what's the most efficient way? How would he do it? This is why, again, pop culture was sort of lurking in my mind, like things like The Matrix. In Neo, he's in The Matrix. He doesn't know he's in The Matrix, but as Morpheus reminded him, you have this splinter in your mind that's driving you mad. Again, this was my splinter in my mind, But then it's Morpheus coming into the system, incarnating into the system as an avatar to say, hey, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a heads up here. Also like Avatar, where you have the human person, like he sort of like incarnates into the avatar body to then send a message to the Na'vi. It's that same concept. So that's the hypothesis I raised. Like if God exists, then the only way he can do this, if indeed this, the periodic table of elements that make up his hand that I can touch, which comes from stardust, but at the end of the day, if you were to trail it all the way back to the beginning and him being the prime mover in this whole thing, then he would have to then sort of like basically become a Na'vi or become this Morpheus-like figure alongside the human population to and then offer the red and blue pill, so to speak.
Exactly. Now, yeah.
And so then the next thing is, okay, imagine if he did do that, and he only did that and then went away. Kind of like Morpheus. Say if Morpheus came down, told Neo, hey, you're in the Matrix, okay, I'm out of here. What would that achieve? The only achievement that would make is Morpheus exists from outside and the Matrix exists, and then that's it.
Yep, and Neo would just be the crazy guy talking about this Morpheus,
Yes, exactly. I was thinking to myself, okay, if God were to present himself, which according to the New Testament, that's what he did in Jesus. But then if that's all it was, whoop-de-doo, God exists. Which surprisingly, for example, James, he says even the demons know that there's a God, and they're still demons. They still do their thing, right? So I started to realize, like, my own self-critical walk through this was, if God exists, it's not his existence that then depends on how I should relate with him or not. Because I'm speaking now retrospectively here, that when you see arguments like, do you believe in God? Because if you don't believe in God or his existence, you're going to hell. It's like, okay, say if you were to believe, why should believing in his existence make him decide whether you should go to hell or not? Like, that's not what the message is getting at. Just like Morpheus goes, hey, do you believe in the Matrix? It's all about, here's an option for an escape or not. Like you're a slave to the system. If you want to follow me, notice Morpheus says, follow me, after Neo takes the red pill. It's the same vocabulary Jesus makes. Hey, follow me, I'll make you fishers of men. So, okay, that's the first question, sort of like fleshed out with the way I was thinking. And the second question was solving death, because the second question follows from the first, that if he exists and if he's going to solve death, then the only way he can show himself sufficiently that he exists is to do this incarnation thing. But then he can also, I guess you could say, hit two birds with one stone, so to speak. So not only is he becoming incarnate, but then he's also solving the death problem with that incarnating method. So he becomes incarnate. His divine nature is in hypostasis with the stardust, which is the human body. So, and this is the power of evolution now, because don't forget, I'm coming from that evolutionary context. It's sort of like an epiphany moment where I'm like, okay, Jesus' body, or in this case God's body, the human body, has a huge evolutionary history behind it. It's basically the cosmos, and he's in hypostasis. He's joining his divine nature with this terrestrial flesh stuff to then defeat death by, and then the resurrection language to bring like life to it, to bring it to his level. The early church called it theosis, or like a divinization, hence to become glorified, as Paul would say. So then I was like, it's just one of those, okay, let's see now which religion has this. So, it's like, there's no concept of this in the Hindu religion. We have a lot of Muslim friends. In fact, the reason why we were leaving India is because of Muslim persecution, the more radical. But even looking into the Quran, and the Quran is such a hard read because there's no narrative flow. It's just jumps here and there.
I agree. I read it once a long time ago. I've been telling myself I'm going to read this thing again, and every time I start, it's like I can't get into it. It's not like reading the Bible. It's what you're saying. Like the narrative is kind of just all over the place.
Yeah, it's like a drunk version of Proverbs. It's like
yeah.
At least with Proverbs, it's chunks of tidbits here and there, but with Quran, it's like all this weird. And Allah doesn't approach the problem that way. A little bit of looking into the Greco-Roman polytheistic sort of religion, and I'm noticing the same thing there. So naturally, again, Christian family heritage, I'm looking into the Jesus story more carefully. And the gospel that did it for me, well, my favorite gospel to date actually happens to be Mark, because that's the book I'm going through right now, and in my opinion is not only is it the first gospel, as the scholars would say, but it's absolutely brilliant the way Mark has, in a literary context, put this together. But it was John's gospel that basically, in a nutshell, answer those two hypothetical questions I raised. So you have in the beginning is this Logos, the Word, but the Logos becomes flesh and dwells among us, and he has a glory that we are perceiving now, and on it goes into then the Jesus narrative and the resurrection. As a model, incarnation, which is the kenosis of God, the emptying of God into this finite form, to not just, kind of like what we just discussed about a moment ago, not just show a type of transcendence, because the people at the time are like, who is this man that can not only speak the way he's speaking, but also do a few little funny things here and there. But at the same time, he doesn't want to show off. And I would expect that of a god. Think about it. A god of the universe comes down to an ant colony and is like, like Morpheus in the Matrix, hey, I can run up these walls. They don't, isn't it interesting? They don't go out of their way to show off if they come from somewhere. They have a plan to do something to bring an outcome.
And I don't want to. I'm going to write this down because I want to come back to this later, but I don't want to break your flow. So go ahead.
Yeah. No, and then this is my closing point, and that is, I was freaking out that, and I guess freaking out in the sense, I'm not going to make the claim that it was like some form of like divine epiphany I had that raises questions that then ironically matched with the very same arguments that the Bible was making, meaning my questions and my hypothetical conclusions on how I presume God would do it happened to just match exactly what the Bible was saying. I'm not saying that I'm some genius or something. Rather, it started to dawn on me that without really realizing it, it always has been the Christian model that's sort of like influenced fictional narratives that you and I love so much, like Matrix, Avatar, and all these, where this concept is so cool, so novel, so interesting. And so in that very like retrojected sort of retroversion, reverse engineering sense, I went back to, let's just look at first century Christianity the way first century Christianity was, putting aside all the denominational filters and just all that noise. This is then what I'm saying here is going to the scholarship, the critical scholarship. Forget all the sensationalist material like Joel Osteen and what's that other guy, Lee Strobel, and that all that stuff.
I'm trying to. My favorite one is I can't remember his name. It's a black dude, but he's got like some really weird name. Like it's not this, but it's I'm gonna say it's like something like this. Like give me your money or something. It's like something like just so blatant. Right, it's like you laugh at him.
Yeah. So I guess you could say that journey was about 5 years in the making. So 2010 it started. 2015 was when I finally, with sufficient reason, based on the big story of it, the big narrative story, as a model, no emotions, more as a model to say, look, just as I understand Einstein's field equations and the math works, you can apply to, say, GPS systems and so on. The euphoria in seeing the algebra work, how everything fits perfectly mathematically, I could sort of see the same, like a mathematical deductive argument with respect to the biblical theology. But with respect to emotions, like this emotional high of a relationship with Jesus, that took maybe another year or two after that, where you then start to, I guess, like thawing your meal, like let it just digest, let it, the stony heart turn to flesh, sort of. And then that's been my walk since 2017, has been sort of growing in that more emotional, context. But what I just described to you was kind of like all up here, like having the Neo moment, like
yeah.
Whoa.
And I kind of get that, because I often describe the same kind of moment when I became not when I became an atheist, but when I became no longer a Christian. Like I had this moment where I woke up and I'm looking around. I was in prison at the time, so I was like surrounded by all of these really awful people, and I'm like, every single one of these people believe in this God of Abraham, and that has not made any of these people live a good life, or they've made horrible decisions and done horrible things, as did I. So it was like I had this, and this was well before the movie The Matrix was ever dreamed about even being made. The comic book might have been around back then, but I don't even think the comic was around back then. But I had this like coming, this Matrix moment where I just like, this world isn't quite what I thought it was. So I really get that. You did point out a couple things, so I just
go for it.
Your two questions, if God exists, what is the most efficient way it can demonstrate its existence? And this has been a question that's been posed to me by hundreds of Christians at this point. Like, what would it take for you to believe? What evidence would be required? Usually I go right back at them, the most obvious. Well, God incarnating itself right in front of me, so I would see it, I'd be able to touch it. That would be the easiest way. I'm reviewing the book of Matthew now, because in the Gospels, in the canonical Gospels, that's the first one, but Mark was written first. I've never quite understood why Mark wasn't the first gospel, but I'm reading Matthew, and it's speaking of the John the Baptist moment, where John the Baptist baptizes Jesus, and the heavens open up, and the Spirit of God descends on Jesus like a dove. And I'm thinking of that, and I'm like, well, that would be a way, like if I were to observe something like that. But then I'm like, well, what even is that? Was it a cloudy day and this hole opened up in the clouds? Right. Was it some like interdimensional portal that opened up in the sky? So like I'm thinking of all of these things, and I'm like, what would be the easiest way for God to do that? And I think you brought it up in your because your second question was solving death, and you started talking a bit about Jesus didn't show off, or Jesus, a lot of these stories, gods don't quite show off. Yeah, they have a few minor miracles that they do, but they don't like announce to themselves, hey, I'm a god,
a Christian god in the sense.
Yeah. And my question would be like, why not take that opportunity to do something that is just tantamount evidence that, hey, I'm God, I'm here now. I don't even know what that would be, whether it would be doing as the prophecy said, like Jesus actually goes to Jerusalem, looks at the temple, and it crumbles, something like that, right? Why? To me, this is one of those questions that kind of led me away from the God, is because according to the story of Jesus, when God had that chance, when God did incarnate itself and I guess tampered in the affairs of men would be a good way to put it. It didn't take the chance to definitively say, I am here, I am now, and I am everything. It just kind of gave you a couple parlor tricks, and then it was like, well, believe based on these little minor miracles that I did at the time. And then you had mentioned the resurrection, and I wanted to kind of see, like, do you believe? You believe in Jesus, so I'm sure you believe that he resurrected after 3 days. But isn't that, and you kind of referenced it, but isn't that breaking those laws of physics that we just know? Like, this is not something.
No, and I agree. And I said that was the first.
Yeah.
If you want to talk in history, the first time God then broke the laws, I would argue it would be that. Yeah. But otherwise, he was, working with it. But that question of finish your point, and then I.
But yeah, that was primarily it. It is like, this was always the thing for me with the Jesus story, especially, is God incarnate has this chance to really just solidify the fact that this was indeed God, and it instead it did the opposite. It left the question open.
Right. Oh, boy, that is such a beautiful question, because that's also the question I was wrestling with, and trust me, the answer is fascinating. At least fascinating to me. So I hope I'll try and truncate it, and hopefully it's fascinating to you. But let me. Okay, I can angle this at 3 different ways, and I'll try. And in fact, I want you to see it those 3 different ways. So I'll give you an example first. For example, you said something radical, and it would be radical, but something like if you were just to look at the temple and would crumble or something, right? Now notice, even putting aside the Jesus story and so on, you have, up until that point, a lot of Greco-Roman, Hellenistic, Jewish political drama.
And even in that area, in that time and place, the Hellenistic would be everywhere, because the Romans are everywhere, right? So
you have humans doing their thing, and life as we know it is just moving forward as the next day comes and so on. And now, since we've been talking about the Matrix, believe it or not, I actually asked that question the moment Neo becomes the One. I'm like, now it's time to show off. Kind of like how he showed off with Smith at the end of the first one. He's like, he kicks him, and
he's typing on his phone with one hand and just blocking the.
Yeah. So it's like, and then he gives that phone call. Like, remember how he puts the phone call down? I'm coming after you now, and then he flies off into the air.
Yeah.
After that, and I was oh boy, 99, how old? 9, 10. I was like 12 years old or something when I first saw that. And I was just like, yes, now he's going to kick ass. And then when it was Matrix Reloaded, when he has face-to-face conversation with the architect, suddenly things are a lot more nuanced than you realize. And then by the time you reach the third one, notice that at the start of the movie where he's in that train alley thing, and he meets that little girl Sati, who's a product of 2 programs that happen to reproduce and make this little baby program. The point is, in that discussion, that's the thing. Do you remember that discussion in the third movie, at the start of the third movie? The Indian programmer and the little girl.
I probably, it's vaguely familiar. I recently watched the first Matrix with my daughter again, but we haven't made it to Matrix Reloaded or the last one. So I haven't watched it since I was a teenager, but it is ringing a bell, definitely.
So Matrix Revolutions is the third one. When you reach that one, you'll remember this discussion especially at the start of the movie and even at the end of the movie with that little girl. But the point is, I won't spoil how Neo happens to just appear in that train thing. In fact, it's limbo. It's this connotation of between life and death. It's like he's just in this like purgatory sort of limbo state.
Yeah, I remember
But
the train station. Yeah.
right, but the point is, it's a very important discussion Neo has, and here's why. The Oracle has already told him, okay, now's the time where the whole war between Zion and the machines has to come to an end. So you need to do some pretty fantastic things now. You need to start, doing what the one's meant to be doing. Now, if so, I'm connecting this to the Jesus context. So if Neo were to, with all those godlike abilities he now has, to eradicate the machine world, notice not only would he be killing a lot of humans in the process, like yes, he would be liberating humans from the machine pods, but here's the added complicated scenario. He would be eliminating a lot of well-meaning programs that have now become sentient. So now it's no longer just a human drama of survivability, like Zion trying to survive this tyrannical non-human machine enemy. But within the machine, behind enemy lines, so to speak, in the machine world, you have programs that are now living their own lives, having a community. And so then how is Neo, like if Neo was to show off, he would be killing them. But so therefore he now has to work in such a way that he can't disrupt them and at the same time save human lives. And that's why it ends with just Smith dying. If you notice that, Neo allows Smith to take over him. So again, the Christian message, Jesus took on sin, so he became sin for us. Like that same message.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see Jesus, and it's known as the secrecy motif in the Gospel of Mark, there's this what's called a messianic secret. He doesn't want people to know the plan. Because if he was to just start showing off, dodging bullets, stopping, not only would that disrupt the whole political situation going on, but just like in the Matrix, how you have that other added complicated dimensional drama of the machine mainframe and how they have their own agenda. According to the biblical model, you have the demonic realm and their agenda that Jesus also has to work with and defeat, so that he brings about a maximum outcome alongside the solution to death in his resurrection. And Paul says this in 1 Corinthians 2, verse 7 and 8. He says, God's plan to do all of this, and this authenticates truly how sovereign and good God is according to this model. He did all of this in a hidden secret that the rulers of this age didn't understand. But if they did, they would not have killed Jesus. The rulers of this age is just a Pauline way of saying Satan, the cosmic forces. Because notice that when Jesus comes on the scene, he doesn't show off to the human, he doesn't do fancy stuff to the human drama stuff, except you do see here and there healing the woman with the issue of blood, or raising Jairus' daughter, or things like that. Rather, when it really comes down to a show-off, is always when he encounters the demons, the so-called unclean spirits. That's when he starts to do a little bit of Neo and Agent Smith action going on.
Well, there was the one time on the top of the mountain with Peter, James. I can't remember the third. They were the special apostles. I can't remember the other one.
And do you know what mountain is?
Well, I think some people say that it's Mount Sinai, but I think that it's all the same mountain that the devil took Jesus to show him all the kingdoms of the world. I mean, it keeps referring to this one particular mountain through all of the stories of the New Testament, to where Jesus and his flock would eventually end up periodically throughout the course of his life. So yeah, but that transcending moment on top of that mountain with his apostles, where his skin shone and he kind of showed his true form, and then they walked into the cloud. But yeah, I'd say outside of that, it's usually in dealing with like the demonic or stuff like that.
Right. Now, I love that you're tracking with me on this, because that's all good. And the mountain is Mount Hermon. So, because the text says here in Caesarea Philippi, Mount Hermon is on the outskirts in the north, and in Old Testament religion, what's called Bashan territory or northern territory is always associated with Baal, the dark supernatural forces. This is why even the northern kingdom in Israelite history was always prone to idolism and idolatry and so on. So, excellent connection to the Transfiguration, because the Transfiguration is 1 week before his crucifixion.
Yeah.
So you have this 3 years of ministry. Boom! It's like Neo, where he just stands up. Okay, I'm transfigured. I'm ready to get this thing going. And Mount Hermon in Jewish, I guess you could say, tradition, Second Temple Jewish tradition, Mount Hermon is the ground zero for hell. Meaning that's where they believed. That's where that's HQ. That's Machine City. That's where everything starts.
I actually think
on that.
I think the Bible kind of, you can interpret the Bible to say something very similar. It does seem to be like Satan's headquarters almost that he brings Jesus back to. Yeah.
But that's what Jesus says to Peter. You are Peter on this rock. So he's using Peter's name as Petros, right? You're a stone. But Caesarea Philippi or Hermon was known as the rock by which you enter the gates of hell. And how do we know this? Because guess what? At the foot of Mount Hermon, there's this place called Pan. We have caves where literally, and there's this inscription that says, "This is now the threshold of death. Enter into the gates of death." So it's this meta narrative, like this transcendent meta narrative of where literally Jesus is standing on that location symbolically to say, "You're Peter, but I'm going to declare to you that now that you made this declaration that I'm the Messiah, the Son of God, let me demonstrate to you that it's on this rock then, moving forward, that the gates of hell will not withstand it." Now, a lot of translations will have the gates of hell will not overcome or oppose the church. But the Greek, you can actually translate as withstand, because guess what? Gates are defense mechanisms. So it's this language of being crushed, like Satan's tomb. His own gates are going to crumble. So think Mordor, the gates at the end of the third Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, you're speaking my language.
Yeah, like they think all is lost, right? They don't know Frodo is still alive. They presume he's dead. And then suddenly things start to crumble around them, and they're like, and Tolkien, he coined a term for this. It's called a eucatastrophe. So catastrophe, but EU in front of it, just to say, a catastrophe is always bad, but a eucatastrophe is something that's called like a good catastrophe. It's paradoxical. It's like it's a catastrophe, but it was needed.
Yeah,
Hence,
and it spawns great good. Yeah,
exactly. So that's how I would answer that question, because even the demonic realm, they are. This is the whole Old Testament context. If you want to see the whole Old Testament context from Genesis 3 right to Malachi, I'll give you a key verse to meditate even after this discussion. Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. That verse, alongside with Psalm 82, those two, that verse and that psalm, summarize the entire Old Testament context of God and the gods. And then when Jesus comes on the scene, the demons didn't expect that, because think about it. You know when Christians say things like Jesus is prophesied in Isaiah 53 or he prophesied in Psalm 22, why didn't the demons know about that? No one knew that, which means the prophecies are cryptic and hidden. So when he comes on the scene, the demons are like, "What the heck are you doing here? Like, what? Where did you come from?" And
I do remember. I remember a couple verses, several of the canonical gospels, and not quite sure about the Pauline works that come after. I am going to be. I'm reading the New Testament again, so I'll be refreshing myself on all of that. But I do recall.
I'll send you my Mark study notes if you want.
Cool. I'll definitely. I would enjoy that. But I do recall like several instances where demons were afraid of Jesus, and the fact that this thing is now here and is able to counteract them.
Yep.
And so let me see if I can steel man the answer.
Yep. Go for it. Go for it.
In the best way that I can. So it's one of the issues that I take with a lot of modern Christians is that they pretend to know the mind of God, A, the mind of God, or B, the plan of God. And you kind of broke that down with your answer about, Jesus couldn't just come out because he could see the greater picture and he could see the progression of humanity. And of course, the people at the time, they're not going to be able to see that. And I would maintain like the people of the modern times wouldn't be able to see that, even though they pretend to. So let's say all of that is exactly real and it's exactly what happened, and Jesus did die for this great master plan for the progression. And I don't think that you can look back at the history of the world and not see a progression. Like, you'd be insane to be like, nope, yeah, we're still stuck in the dark ages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can Christians, and you haven't done this, so I'm not lumping you in this at all, but how can Christians not think that Jesus took into account that he is being cryptic for this very reason? So maybe it's not one just gigantic groupthink, but it's spawning the ability for unbelievers such as myself to think slightly different, yet still come to a good path, be a good human, but just have that slightly different way of thinking. So it can all influence the balance and the progression moving forward, instead of this being this one group think to where everybody knows and this is how you got to live because it's been proven. It was proven when he had the chance to do it. I think your answer is valid, and probably if the Jesus story is correct, the right answer. It's just sad to me that most modern Christians can't see that, and they condemn me when a person such as myself would be the direct result of that master plan that Jesus had that nobody else could see.
Keep going with that train of thought, because guess what? It applies to eschatology. Now
Oh,
you
really?
see,
Yeah.
But think about it. Like, you have eschatological positions, models.
Mhm.
I think this is how it's going to end. Dispensationalists say this, and millennials say this, and guess what? If it's cryptic at the start, and yes, according to the Christian model, victory, it is finished. The demonic, Colossians 2:15 says he's put to shame these rulers of the age and all that. Yes, great. Jesus has defeated Mordor. But notice that even in Lord of the Rings you have, or even in the Matrix, at how the Matrix ends, it's still what's to come still.
Yeah.
And that adventure moving forward. When what is Frodo's what was his name? The other hobbit. He's really old now, and then he gets onto the boat, and then off he sails.
Bilbo.
Bilbo.
Yeah.
I could be butchering what he said, but I'm quite ready for another adventure. Like, he's really old, but there's like another maybe 10 hours worth of footage for him in that new adventure. But that's the point. Revelation is not only written to the seven churches in that first century context, but the things to come in that cyclic sense. Obviously it looks pretty bad, but it ends with this beautiful depiction of a marriage, a new creation. But the ambiguity of it is to it should encourage us to not be dogmatic. It should encourage it should, if it's going to be a timeless message, I would expect it to have the characteristics it does have, and therefore we shouldn't be dogmatic of like, these are the end of days, therefore I'm just going to give up and I'm just going to stop working, or I'm going to go into these weird cult groups and there are people that make predictions like, what's that guy camping in 2011? God's coming back. Harold Camping, I think his name was, and
it's ringing such a bell. But even people bring up the Mayan calendar all the time. It's like, eventually, eventually their calendar had to end, right? Like,
right. Right. But I will say this though. So I'll sort of like bring it back, sort of full circle to the first question I had about what's the most efficient way God can reveal himself. Believe it or not, this observation you made is connected to that. So being a huge fan and also professional proficiency in mathematics, you know, it's a given. If you're going to take a math major, you have to know the history of math. My favorite, though, happens to be Leibniz. You know, if you take a course in the history of math, Leibniz is my guy. I didn't really read much of his philosophical musings, but now, because I started this journey, and I knew he was a Christian, Leibniz, by the way, Leibniz, if you don't know, Leibniz was contemporary with Newton with respect to calculus. So
I'm
Leibniz
writing it
comes
down.
up with this concept called the best of all possible worlds. Again, this is just a hypothesis on his part that if God, again, don't forget he's a European Christian, so he's thinking omni attributes of God. So what does it mean to be perfect? Okay, you have this perfect being. Again, we can't really. What is perfect?
Yeah.
Okay, but at least what we can say, he's all powerful, he's all good. Let's just take those properties of what it means to be perfect. One would be timeless. That could be part of perfection.
All knowledge, I would say. Yeah, you would know. You would know all things. Yeah.
Yeah. But if he were to create, how, and when Genesis 1 says it's very good, is the creation perfect? Because then, by definition, if this is God and something comes out of him, some like form of creating thing happens, you can't have another Yahweh that's also perfect. Which now this is a refutation to the young Earth creationists. They like to say God created things perfect.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You know,
When
like
clearly
this,
things aren't perfect. Yeah.
yeah, they say the fall made it unperfect. But then, by definition, what you're saying is it's having God's attributes of perfectionism, I suppose, and then those attributes are corruptible. So Leibniz's point, and this is before young Earth creationism because he was in the 1700s, because there's no young Earth creationism in his day anyway. Yeah. He said, look, when God creates, it's good. But by default, the ontology of it is not perfect. Which means, if it's not him, so here's God, but then this thing that's lesser than him, it's still very good, but it's not him. Therefore, since it's in time moving forward, hence it's finite. It's not timeless. It's time full. It's then prone to decay, entropy, thermodynamics, blah 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 blah. Then Leibniz's point was, yeah, and this is the best of all possible worlds, because to have all the intricate details that's required for something like Jesus to happen, and not just Jesus, but think about it, 13 billion years of this wondrous history of the universe that brings about this discussion we're having.
Yeah.
So Leibniz was like, okay, this has to be the best of all possible worlds that God just brings from nothing into being, where the mechanism then results in the fact that it's the universe has enough sophisticated properties for this incarnation process to happen if it did. Think of it like an operating system on a computer. I don't know, Windows 10 has enough baggage to run a certain way compared to like maybe Windows 32 or Windows... What was it? Windows 98? The very first Windows.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's nothing compared to the Windows now. But which Windows would God utilize in his infinite wisdom to bring about this thing we call the incarnation? To then, now notice this, to then convert it from good to perfect. That's the whole point of Revelation 21. John says, I saw a new heaven, new earth. The first heaven, first earth has gone away. And then there's this throwaway line, which Leibniz noticed and even I noticed, but confused me at the time. John says, and there was no more sea with respect to this new creation. What the heck is he saying by no more sea? Again, the scholarship that works with the nuance of the words will say, in the ancient Near East, sea, which is Genesis 1:1, remember starts the dark waters of the surface of the planet. Yeah. But in the ancient Near East, it also connotated the chaotic waters, the entropy of this reality and so on. Oh, there's no more entropy, there's no more chaos conf. And that's why John says there's no more tears, death, crying. All the former things are passed away. He's making all things new. You see, that's the, again, this is why I'm bringing it full circle. That's the logic. That's the completeness from start to finish, where the Bible ends with that, in saying, it's kind of like a packaged message to say, here's why we exist. Here's, if God exists, and this, let me also describe this creative process that happened according to what God has done, and so on. Then there's this history of Israel, then the Jesus stuff, and all the intricate stuff going on in the drama, the politics, the religion, and then the demonic realm, that tension going on. All to then finally bring about a marrying of the cosmic terrestrial finiteness of our reality with God's ontological nature in a swallowed up in life sort of language, and then when I realized that in 2015, that's when I went, this model it's like the Matrix being reloaded in the end of the third one. When Neo destroys Smith, everything's glorified. And it's like, if this is true, and this is the hope that the Christians were preaching, like the hope of the world to come in this way, this is a remarkable message, a very sophisticated message.
Well, sure, and I would, and I never take issues with, like, very inspirational books, people taking inspiration, whether it be holy book or just a book of poems or something. If it leads you to be a better person, or even if it's gonna lead collectively for the world to think and become a better world, I'm all for that. So a couple quick questions. So, like, when you speak of Revelations, and it ultimately being like a story of eventually the world getting to this place that we might consider like heaven on earth or whatever, you don't necessarily believe that there's going to be like that this is a literal prophecy, that there's going to be an army of Satan against the army of the saints, and then
because Revelation
and
is
I
a
could
Roman
get
polemic. It's a Roman polemic against Rome. That the book is in that context,
and it takes away really any need, because for one, I would kind of agree, like, and I would think that it would be almost easy for any, even 2,000 years ago, if you're a serious-minded observer of the times, and a little bit of the history, and you've already been able to see a bit of the progression of the world, to create a text that's going to kind of modulate some way to make a better world, or to lead you into a better future, and it's almost like the world, you can almost see it coming to there. Take the concepts of communism, and not the communism that this world has known under oppressive regimes, or even the communism that gets tossed about in political rhetoric, but just the idea of communism in itself, the idea that the world can eventually evolve to a place beyond capitalism, or to a place beyond where we're at now, to where the world could be common. And you almost have in these minerals or whatever, but like that we could evolve to this better world overall, to where we see each other as equals.
That's Paul's argument.
I would take issues with that, right?
This is Ephesians. This is Ephesians 2 and 3. In Ephesians 2, in fact, let me tell you the exact verse. I'll quickly look at it now. In Ephesians 2, Paul speaks about an Ubermensch man, which even scholars will use that phrase, Ubermensch. Ubermensch means Superman. So let me just read it. So the famous verse that everyone knows in Ephesians 2:8, for by such grace you've been saved through faith. This does not come from you. It is a gift of God, not the result of actions, to put a stop to all boasting. Verse 10, for we are God's poem. I just love that, poem. Like, translations will have masterpiece, workmanship, but the Greek poema. We are God's poem, created in Christ Jesus to perform good actions that God prepared long ago to be our way of life. And then when Paul says that, then he goes into the, hey, you Gentiles, you were called the foreskin while there are the Jews that are not. In other words,
Mm.
in that cultural setting, there was this tension between the two groups, like you're getting at. There's the Jews and the Gentiles, and the Jews accuse the Gentiles of being those of they in a rude way they'd call them they're the foreskin people, because the Jews were circumcised, right? So
Yeah.
so these are the uncircumcised. So then Paul, working with that, just to make the point that, look, this is the way you used to call each other. You used to be rude to each other by giving yourself all these names and so on. But now that in Christ, when you join into this sort of context, he then says in verse 14, "For it is he who is our peace," peace language, "through his mortality he made both groups one by tearing down the wall of hostility that divided them." And then halfway through verse 15, "creating in himself one new humanity from the two, thereby making peace, and reconciling both groups to God in one body through the cross, on which he eliminated the hostility." And this was the Christian cry, like Polycarp. You see, this is what's going through Polycarp's mind. It's like the proconsul that is working with his working knowledge of his superstition of the Greco-Roman religion and his way of life, but do you see how Polycarp need not have died if that proconsul at least had a little bit of a taste of, let me just journey in Polycarp's shoes to see why he is the way he is. Okay, who cares if he's not a Greco-Roman worshipper? But what's going through Polycarp's mind is he's feeling sorry for the proconsul, not realizing the evolutionary or the more evolved message that Polycarp's aware of, and that is this peace, this concept of the two groups can become one. There's this new humanity, this new Ubermensch in Jesus. That's why Polycarp, that's why the Christians were happy to die, because they're like, look, if this can somehow lead to because martyrdom means witness.
Yeah.
Martyrdom means to be a witness, and for the sake of progress, this is why it happened the way it did. And, yeah.
Well, and you see that throughout history. People, I think it's kind of I think we think it can be easy to make that great stand and stand for what you believe in, even if it means sacrificing your life. Like, we could sit here and we could think that that's easy, but really
it's not easy.
It's not easy at all. Yeah,
No.
but we can see it throughout history. You see it in war times. People that are willing to sacrifice themselves, or you see
Spartans.
it. Yeah, you see it through martyrdom. You think what you want about Muslims, but I mean, they practice it actively today. They, I'm talking like the more terroristic fundamentalist Muslims that's going to strap a bomb onto their bodies and end their life for the cause that they're standing for. It's very easy for us to think that it's easy, but it's a very hard thing to do. And I totally get that. Like, and oftentimes, as I'm arguing with Christians, I find myself forced to kind of focus on the faults of the people that we're talking about, whether it be Paul or the apostles or Jesus or even God itself. And I feel like it's a retaliation almost, and sometimes I feel bad that, like, hey, I can't focus on any of the good characteristics of it, because I'm kind of forced through conversation to focus on the bad characteristics to combat, but if you want to look at, if you look at it in this way, to where this plan that Jesus died for, the whole reason for it happening is this evolving world, this ever more complex world that we've been able to witness right up to the points that we're at, and that's going to continue into the future. Well, I don't have, it's there's nothing wrong with that. The only thing that's wrong with it is if you incorporate, well, this is a literal genocide that's going to happen. It's going to happen this way. And you atheists, you non-believers, you're going to take the mark of the beast. Well, no, it's if taking the Bible as an allegory, as in much the same way, like I would take, the Dune books, you read these books and you get this really good experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
But you just get this feeling like, you're reading something special. Not to
Mm,
compare a holy book to a fictional book, but you're reading something special that it's going to inspire you to
mm,
try to be a better human being. Never going to take issues with that. The only, it's like I'm almost forced sometimes to pick out this attribute in Paul and say, look how imperfect this person is, and you're trying to make him perfect. Where if we could just agree on the imperfection from the
mm, mm,
beginning, and the goal that he was trying, the ultimate goal that he was trying to achieve, which would have been make a better world, well, then we can go from there. But instead, we bicker and we argue, and I have to get negative, and they have to get negative.
mm.
These conversations are so rare. I'm really enjoying this. I appreciate
No,
you
I
coming on
appreciate
and
it.
being
Yeah,
chill,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Well, also, do you want me to quickly share something about Paul, and then do you want to go to the
Sure.
science stuff?
I've been
I know the
rather,
science stuff keeps.
yeah, and I
Yeah,
do want to get to that science
yeah,
stuff, but I've
yeah.
been rather harsh on Paul, and I feel like it's almost
Sure.
like I'm pushed there because so many evangelical Christians anyway profess belief in Jesus, but they follow Paul, and
Mm, mm,
so I'm focused to, I'm kind of forced to say this is not some special person
mm,
in the scope of everything. As I said, people martyr themselves, or they die for their cause all the time, even though it is a very hard thing to do. But because they make him so special, it's like I'm almost forced to be like, well, let's talk about what Paul said about slaves, right? Or
sure,
like
sure.
just point out the negatives instead of focusing on the overall positive. Because I don't care how we get to a better world as long as we get there. If a theist needs theism to get to that place where we want a better world, then
Mm,
that's great. But a better world acceptance is a part of that. And I think at least what I fight against is otherism and not accepting all peoples. Once we can accept all peoples, then we can argue until we're blue in the face on God and the nature
mm,
of God and all of that. But as long as we're all going in the same direction, right now it seems like we're kind of at an impasse, and we're not all going in the same direction. Some of
mm,
us wants
mm.
to go backwards while some of us wants to go forward.
I'll just quickly say this about Paul. I'm not sure if you. I mean, I'm just saying it for the sake of an interesting data point. Maybe you can dwell on in your own time. But Paul to me is interesting. I I see what you're saying about what's called Pauline Christianity. Again, I'm coming at this without any, say, Calvinistic baggage or Arminian baggage.
Yeah.
I'm just coming at this interested in
I,
Jesus, actually, more
I
than
like
anyone.
your version. I mean,
Uh,
your version is not something that I'm going to be like adverse to. Like
mm,
we can argue about uh, uh, the minute data points of it, but at the same, I don't see it as harmful. So it's not like
mm,
something that I'm going to be appalled at, or feel a need to. Well,
sure.
you are evil, sir. I do get there sometimes, but so far this has been really chill and not a
Mm,
version of
mm.
Christianity I'm going to take much issue with.
So maybe if I raise this to you about Paul, maybe you can reflect on this, because it definitely was interesting to me. That this again, this is sort of like a little peek into my investigation into. At the end of the day, my investigation into the fact that at the end of the day, this is just a human document. I mean, yes, I can add on I guess you could say the creedal perspective that the Bible is this inspiration, this piece of inspiration from God, and blah blah. But human hands at the end of the day made this thing. It's a human document, and all the more so that I think it communicates God's you know guidance in this. In fact, Peter uses sailing terminology. The Holy Spirit guides the writers like how a wind guides the sail of a ship. Now, notice that the captain of the boat, the people on the ship, they're all free will agents. They're doing their own thing. They have their own agendas. But then, providentially, the wind might blow with a certain intensity or a certain direction, or may not blow at all. And just like how a writer, so putting pen to paper, he might be saying something because he has this need, like kind of like now with social media, like people suddenly have this need to make a Facebook post or like a Twitter post, or they had this inertia to make maybe a YouTube video. But then in that moment, suddenly an epiphany will happen, like a thought in the moment, and that's, according to the Bible, this thing we call inspiration. So Paul is interesting in the sense that he is we know of four authentic Pauline letters. I mean, I'm going now with the ultra-critical scholarship, just for the sake of argument. So, like, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Galatians would be his authentic letters. And by the way, are you frozen?
Oh no, I'm looking at the chat.
Oh, okay.
Somebody was saying Dr. Josh is wrong, and I'm like, let me back up and find out where Dr. Josh is wrong. But I think they're all playing around.
Okay.
Oh no, we're ignoring his clear and circumspect questions.
Okay.
So go ahead, Dr. Josh.
Sure.
Just repost them, and I'll get to your questions. I didn't mean to. I get so I am terrible at looking at the side chat. I get absorbed in these conversations.
Yeah. No, I had I changed it to private chat, so because I don't know what the comments are saying. So so Paul, when you take into account his authentic writings, you can, if you want, I can sort of slip and say Philippians, and Philippians is a legit letter of his, but I chose those four if you want to be very rigorous. But especially in Philippians 3, when he gives again his credentials, like, you know, Hebrew of Hebrews, 8th day, tribe of Benjamin, I was a Pharisee, blah blah, but then he's not ashamed to say he's a persecutor of the church as part of his credentials. And then in the same breath, he's like, and as far as the law is concerned, I was blameless. Even though being a persecutor of the church, he still thinks he's blameless. The psychology of Paul is very interesting, because you have this zeal-like mentality, even in the Old Testament. When there was this peculiar sexual thing going on in the wilderness and right next to the temple curtains. I forgot his name now, but he comes in and puts a spear through both the man and the woman and kills them on the spot.
Yeah, I pointed it out in a video. I was focused on the racist connotations of it.
Sure.
But I do know exactly what you're talking about.
So you have this theme play out where people are sort of like, they care about the sanctity and the reverence of the sacredness of, you know, God, and the function of how this is meant to operate, and blah blah, and you see this zeal, like it's not common. It's very rare for these things to happen.
Found it.
Oh, you came. You found the comment.
Yeah, he says Rob can say all this stuff, but he can't ground the instantiation of the necessary possible impossibilities leading to no sinning, can he? Hashtag boom, roasted.
Josh, I love you, man.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll answer that question. I'll try and attempt to answer that. Boom, roasted.
And there he is again.
So, well, Josh, explain this then. So Pauline Christianity doesn't differ from Jesus. So here's where I want to go with this. Say the Maccabean revolt. You have Antiochus Epiphanes and the altar pig stuff, and then they do like a 300 Spartan. We need to rise up and, you know, get back our rights and blah blah, and then that became this thing known as Hanukkah. Paul is in that long line of tradition because he himself claims to be one of those very zealous Jews.
Mm-hmm.
and let me just quickly put that on the shelf, and here's a little side comment, which, by the way, even all that rigorous zealousness, he called it BS, literally dung, in Philippians 3:9. That's where it's all going down to now. So all that zealousness, and he's like, I consider all of this to be crap. But okay, so coming back to that again, put yourself in his shoes. This is your schooling. This is how you think, your psychology. You know your Torah in your Torah it says, "Cursed is a man by God if he's hung on a tree," meaning in that Torah context, and especially now with crucifixion happening as an actual thing in the Greco-Roman sense in front of the Jews. Oh yeah, you must be cursed by God if, because there's many ways to die, but crucifixion, you must have been a real bad guy. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I could think like Vlad the Impaler had a couple worse ways, but there's not many worse ways you can die than crucifixion.
Right. And imagine then you're maybe Paul's best friend from high school, and you're both Jews. You've both been through seminary, blah blah, and then you hear Peter's speech in Acts 2, and then the 3,000 Jews that are saved, and blah blah, and you're convinced by that message. What is the implication then of the message? The implication is Yahweh not only becomes incarnate, everything we just discussed, but then he dies. That is blasphemy in Paul's eyes. This is some weird movement that needs to be rooted out. That's why he goes and does what he does. The Damascus Road experience is that shock factor, and that's why he asks, like, who are you? And then the epiphany moment he has, which he beautifully articulates in Galatians 3. So Galatians is, in my opinion, is his first letter. Scholars say Thessalonians, but I think Galatians. So Galatians 1, he goes into that Damascus Road summarization, and then he talks about how then he encounters the disciples of Jesus to confirm, look, I didn't learn the stuff from you, but this is my conclusions. I've spent a couple of years just thinking about this, and because they were also hesitant to approach him because they knew he's the persecutor of the church, and he's like, look guys, I come in peace, I just want to discuss this is what happened. Galatians 3 then is the culmination of his psychology, where he's like, I used to think in Deuteronomy when it says cursed is a man who he's cursed by God if he's hung on a tree, and now I realize that the only way for everything we've just discussed, the solution to death, the chaos resolution, blah blah blah, is if God, through that messianic methodology that the Jews were expecting, but he dies and becomes a curse, and then he adds 2 words to that law. He becomes a curse for us. Those are the 2 words. So curse is a man who's hung on a tree. Yeah, that's all well and good. But but that's the love. That's the whole John 3:16.
He did it
thing.
for us, yeah.
He becomes a curse for us, and that's why Paul, he becomes this guy like a John Wesley. He just gives up everything, and he becomes this like missionary guy through persecutions, sleepless nights. He just wants to go to the farthest reaches of the world, because as a Jew, he has in mind Isaiah 66. And why I'm saying Isaiah 66 is because in Romans, at the end of Romans, in Romans 15, he has this desire so badly that this message goes to the known world, where he says, I need to go to Tarshish. Because don't forget, from Jerusalem, he says, I'm on my way to Rome. But then, where's Tarshish? Tarshish is Spain, on the farthest, most western point. But he doesn't get to Tarshish because he gets killed in Rome. That's how Acts ends, right? But in Romans he says, I need to go to Spain, in Tarshish. Because in his mind, there's a prophecy in Isaiah 66 that says, the glory of Yahweh will be known to even people, to the coastlands that haven't even seen my fame. But the day will come when that will happen. And the author of Acts with Pentecost takes a lot of Isaiah 66 imagery in that account, with the tongues being split and the many different languages. And in Isaiah 66 it says, it actually uses the word Tarshish explicitly. It mentions that, starting with Tarshish and then on it goes. So Paul is like, can I be that one? Kind of like Isaiah 6. In Isaiah goes, hey, here I am, send me. Like Paul wants to be that type. And that to me I find very interesting about Paul. Like I don't agree with his Saul, like when he was Saul, the persecutor. But boy, does he become the sacrificial, selfless Paul,
Mm.
purely because of this epiphany about the cursed law perspective. And
Well, and I
yeah.
definitely think that the way you've presented it's actually I can understand Paul better under the way that you've
Mm.
presented it here. And that being, and all Christians think that there was some master plan to Jesus's death and all, but the overall plan is, not to get us to some genocide at the world, but to get us to a better world altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So then it would make sense that he would choose an apostle after his death that is going to think differently, be differently, not be from that flock that was with him when he was
Mm.
alive, but somebody that would go out and speak to the Gentiles. Now, I've often, I've spoken against Paul several times, and that's from the perspective of reading some of Jesus's words in the gospel. I didn't come to break the law, I came to uphold the law, things
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
First Christians, James, whether you think that James was the actual brother of Christ
Mm-hmm.
or brother of Christ,
Sure.
but those first Christians, they definitely didn't want. They wanted to follow Torah. They definitely wanted to continue circumcision. It was a definite conflict about preaching the word of Jesus to the Gentiles. And here
Mm-hmm.
comes Paul, and he changes all of that. Peter would come on board eventually, but without that, we have a different world today. We have a very small religion in a very small part of the world that
Mm.
basically means nothing. And without Paul, then you don't have the taking over of Western. Taking over is a bad word,
Basically, the
but
Act 17 moment, right?
yeah,
That
yeah.
massive
So
discussion that
it makes more
explodes out,
sense
and
to me,
yeah.
that Paul would be a part of that plan as opposed to,
Mm.
the more, I guess, literal interpretation where he
Mm.
gives Peter the keys to the kingdom of heaven, and you're going to carry on my church, and then that first Christian first generation of Christian narrative that this is a religion for Jews, not Gentiles. Paul came, he changed that, and boom, we live in the world we live today.
Mm-hmm. I'll also say this because I understand and I sympathize with that tension, and it is a subtle tension between, say, Paul's perspective on the law versus Jesus and James and the other. You know, I don't see any contradiction, and here's why. Paul himself in 1 Corinthians 10, I think it is, either 9 or 10, and especially in Galatians 6, says things like, okay, Galatians 6 is a good one. So, for example, he says, make it a point to carry each other's burdens, for this is your way to fulfill the law of Christ. What? Where's the law of Moses? Now, James and Peter and so on also uses the same language. So James chapter 1, this is the way you'll fulfill the law of the spirit of freedom, or something like that, he says. But he's basically saying that there's this new, under Jesus now, not Moses, but under Jesus, there's this, what's called the law of Christ, the new covenant. Now, then what about, as you pointed out, Matthew 5, when Jesus says, I've come to destroy the law and the prophets? Verse 20, so that's Matthew 5:17, but verse 20 is key to that structure. So 17 is, he says, I haven't come to destroy the law and the prophets. Then 18 and 19, he gives an example of what the law is, just because that is how a Jew would give his discourse. He'd make a heading, like an abstract, then he'll make an argument, oh, by the way, this is what it is, conclusion. So 18, 19 is the jot and the tittle, every permutation of the law, even the least of these things. Then 20 says, which, if you think about it, makes you go, what the heck are you saying, Jesus? He says, unless your righteousness, so if God exists and there's this thing he requires, which is a type of righteousness that, in other words, again, when we're discussing about Leibniz, the best of all possible worlds, this thing called perfectionism, he says, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you'll never enter the kingdom of heaven. Now, he's just mentioned the law of Moses. He's just mentioned every permutation of the law of Moses, that, according to God, in his providence, he allows, like, this is the standard by which now I can declare you as holy before me, so to speak. But then Jesus says, what is an office of a scribe or Pharisee? Like, what are they meant to be doing in their office? Well, theoretically, so a scribe and a Pharisee, they would have like a stylus pen. They would they would count every letter of the law to make sure it's all perfect. If you take that hyperbolically, that means by definition, if you acted like a scribe or Pharisee, it's as if you've kept every jot and tittle. But then Jesus is saying, you have to have a righteousness that exceeds even that. So even if you kept 100% of the law, like imagine if you were like this perfect computer, keeping it perfect, you still have to have a righteousness that goes beyond that in order to stand before God. And that's what Paul gets at in Philippians 3. He's like, look, as far as the law was concerned, I was blameless. Then what I considered an asset, this is Philippians 3:9, what I consider this as an asset, I consider the dung. Because now I realize it's not my righteousness that comes from the law, rather it's God's righteousness, so God's perfection, through Jesus, that is then imputed onto me, for me to then be justified before God. And now that, you see, that's that by faith you're saved, not of works, to put any boasting aside. Like, that's Paul's thinking there, and then James picks up on that. Genuine faiths, if you have this realization, which, by the way, Abraham had that realization, by faith he was justified, right? And then that should naturally lead into Christian, you're fulfilling the law of Christ now. It's no longer like a chore. It's a way of life. It's not it's not a chore that you have to do this and then, okay, tick the box. I did, like today I did these many good things. Okay, bang, tick. But that's not organic. You're not being that is some, like, that's not are you being, you're not being organic to are you naturally that, or you're just doing it for the sake of pleasing God or something, like that. You see the
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and I like the context of the new covenant. So the new covenant I've taken issue with, because Christians say a thing, and then it's like, well, you try to argue and show them how they don't truly believe the thing that they're saying. So they'll say something like, well, God never changes. And I'm like, well,
right.
In the context that you're speaking, he does, because clearly we have a second covenant and he changed things up. But I like the context that we're speaking of here today, to where, the context of it was this new covenant is basically a renunciation of that former former culture that's no longer needed for the times you live in today.
But just quickly, it's a covenant that's always been in plan. But again, it was cryptic.
Sure.
So Jeremiah 31 is a prophecy about this new covenant. But psychologically, people are not ready for it. Because guess what? Ancient Near Eastern psychology has to be unlearned until you reach the first century political context for God to then, as Paul says in Galatians 4, at the right time God sent his son to then, under the law, to then do away with all this, to then bring about back to the Eden scenario. Because notice in the Eden scenario, it's this, like you were getting at, this utopian, not a slave master relationship, but more like a family relationship. Like, let's get to work together, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth. That sort of.
Yeah, I always took it like God's interactions with Adam and Eve as a parent and a child, right? Like, so God would be the wiser, more knowledgeable guide of these of people that it loves, its own family members, that family context,
right.
Of a parent, guiding its children. And I always kind of got that from the connotations of it, of that story was, because which makes it really easy for me if I'm talking to a Christian that takes this story literally as if it happened just like it happened on the. It's like it's. God's having a conversation, like a real conversation with real human beings in the flesh. It's that example. Like I was getting to, like it's Christians say they believe in a thing, but then you kind of draw them out, and it's not like they truly don't. And what you're saying is that it's all about the progression of the world into this better place, this plan that's always been there, from the very beginning. And this God would be able to see all, and would know all of the history to come, so it would understand the different cultures, the continuous progressions, forward right up into the modern day and forward into the future as we go from the modern day. And it would take into account all of those things, and you don't have to hate somebody just because they're not a Christian, or they're not cis, or they're not white, or whatever it is that you're going to dislike somebody, or put whatever divisions upon that person. Ultimately, it's coming together as a world as a whole. um you know I don't believe in deities, but I think that had Christianity been approached to me, or this is the Christianity that I learned growing up, it probably would have made it a lot harder to get away from it, because there's no conflict there. It actually lines up with what we can observe, through history and through the progression of the world that we live in.
Yeah, I'm only sharing this purely because I'm not here to convert you. I'm here to just, as a brother in humanity, just to say, hey, this is what's made
Oh
my
yeah.
life better. This is the logic. This is how I've noticed the logic in the
Mhm.
story, and it's so convicting
Well, definitely don't
and
worry. You're
humbling
not.
to me. So
You, you
it's
you won't convert me, but you will
like
make
what I'm
me
saying is my
feel
intention
better
is
about
not to
it,
do
right?
that.
Yeah.
Like
Um,
I want this to be like a stepping stone for you to have a taste of.
I the only thing that I think
Yeah.
that would truly like convert me, make me actually believe, for full context, I'm actually excited. This is a version of Christianity. I won't say that I've never heard it before, but you're articulating this version of Christianity better than I've heard it from anybody else. And it makes me feel better.
Mm.
Like I wouldn't stand in opposition 3 to 4, sometimes 8, 7 hour streams a day, against this. Like, it's, to me, what I stand against is people utilizing these things to divide themselves, or to place themselves to be better than the other. To say, you gay people don't deserve any rights, because this culture in the ancient Near East didn't like you. Like, we live in the modern times now. In fact, in my opinion, you diminish your God when you make claims like that. Like, your God isn't capable of advancing with the times as humanity has been. It's demeaning to me, almost. So, like, this, but it would take, like, for me to believe in a deity, it would take some form of, like, probably at this point, direct intervention, and a lot of that would be bias. I fully admit that. A lot of that, I am the person I am now. I don't, once you stop believing in a thing, it's really hard to start believing in it again. That's why I was, like, just so shocked when Khalil Allah went back to Abrahamics. I think I did see him in the side chat earlier. It's like, it's really hard for me to understand that. So yeah, I don't want you. And if people in the side chat are like, oh man, knock might be converting. No, I'm not converting, but I am. It's a lot easier to be understanding, when it's not presented in a, oh, we're gonna other this, or we're gonna other that. This is all. It's like the same goal. We get there differently. We want a better world, and you think you get there. You get there because God has this ultimate master plan that's getting us there. And yeah, I don't take much issue with that, because ultimately I just want to get to that better world where we're not demeaning and
Mm.
othering each other.
Remember, it's not again. Remember, this is not just YouTube or even the audience.
Yeah.
It's not converting you or uh, yeah, I'll just say converting you to believe in God. So I'm a Christian, and what does that mean? A Christ follower. So in other words, me, Rob, this human being, with this model in mind now, I have the volition as a human rights volition, a free will choice, with my thinking mind to not to that I've come to understand this to be quite a rational message, even if it's just in the context of inspiration, like an inspiring message to me. I then have this tug, this pull to go. You know what? What would define me as a really good human is to be a Christ follower, to identify with him, with Jesus, the way Jesus spoke, did, acted, so on, that then led to the inspiration of the church at large for the 2000. Now, I'm not saying the church has been perfect. All I'm saying is that the data points, because there's the imperfect actions are, at the end of the day, the human heart and human sin that muddies the waters. But
Yeah.
the actual cold, hard, black and white data points that people should follow, that you can't argue against, and that is what I want to strive to hold on to, because as far as I can see and make a conclusion on, is that when I see human evolution at play, for the humans come from Africa 200,000 years ago, migrating into the Persian Gulf, then the ancient Near Eastern religions come on the scene, and on it goes until the present day. Like when you said God, stays up to date with humans over time, let me just again say yes, but here's a little bit of a added context which will make your eyebrows raise up a bit, and you'll be interested in this. Rather, yes, God works with that, but he's at the same time, because he's cognitive of what it's the right way to live. Because guess what? The theology is saying we are images of God, Imago Dei. That means, and the biblical story ends with family, a family context. He wants to identify with us in a family sense. Abba, Father. Galatians 4. We can cry out, Abba, Father, that sort of thing. Therefore, if humans come up with these stipulations in the ancient Near East, God comes in, not just working along with the stipulations, like as if he's trying to please the humans, like, hey, look, I can work with you. No, he comes in because he, as you said, the wise parent, he comes in and goes, oh, that's an interesting observation, say to a young child, but then slightly tweaks it, so that, because the parent knows in the future it'll lead, the domino effect, it'll lead down to a certain thing that'll happen, which then, again, he comes and interacts, tweaks it a bit, and then it leads to that culmination, which is the Jesus story, which then does, and the Jesus story, everything to do with the Jesus story, is that the two greatest commandments, love God, obviously, but it's not just loving God, like, or this type of worship of God, like as if he's some, I'm up here and you should worship me. Because Jesus, on the other side of the coin, says, hey, when you give selfless love, and at the end of the day, the greatest weapon is love. So when you love your neighbor, the loving God and the loving neighbor is practically the same. And here's why. He's drawing back from Genesis, where it says that when we are the image of God and the likeness of God, the Hebrew words for image and likeness, so image can mean idol, and likeness, or either image means shadow and likeness means idol, or I could be getting that the wrong way around, but it's like we are a shadow, like kind of how you cast a shadow on the ground, we are like a shadow of God and also an idol. And then the beautiful theology is that both man and woman are an idol and a shadow of this creator. Therefore, if you want to worship God, then the way you worship God is the way you treat your fellow man. So it's reciprocal. They're interchangeable. You love your neighbor. Well, if you love your neighbor, you're loving God, because your neighbor is the shadow of God as well, is an idol of God. And if the neighbor does that to you, the neighbor is worshiping God in that sense and loving God. That's why in 1 John 4 there's this language of, God is love. But if you hate your brother, you don't have love for God. Because if you have love for your brother, then you have then when you say I love God but you hate your brother, like, that's a contradiction. You see, well, that's a theology at play in that sense. Yeah.
So when you say when you say that there's a certain way to live, God knows the right way to live, are you referring then to, the right way to live would be love everyone. And by love everyone, I could take that to mean just open acceptance, equality for everyone. You don't have to even agree with their lifestyles, but you understand that they're humans and they have the same they should have the same freedoms that you have, right? Like, and so I can interpret that to be a very progressive message of the right way to live would be to be inclusive, to be uh maybe aware of culture, but not judgmental of culture, right? Like, because your culture is different than mine, that makes you different. Or is there a lifestyle that's involved? Because I think often the issues, and that's where, like, usually my issues with Christianity comes in, is because then you have people saying what those lifestyles should be, and then you'll have the Matt Powell's coming in. Well, God doesn't like gay people, or don't smoke cigarettes, which I agree. Don't smoke cigarettes. People don't start because it's really hard to quit. Trust me. But is it more of a certain lifestyle that God offers, and now humans have to decipher what that is, or is it just that overall, hey, we're here on this rock, and we're all humans, so love everyone, and then go from there, and you can have your disagreements along the way, right?
Hey, so raging atheist. All right, now this is a little bit of a challenge for you. All right, something to reflect on again. You know how a moment ago you said you were critical of Paul, and I don't fault you for that because guess what? There was a perspective you had.
Well, I think it was like a rebellion. I grew up a Southern Baptist, so there was a
Okay.
heavy emphasis on Paul. CJ was kind of going at us when we were talking about Paul. There is no Paul. No, there is. There is this ascension of Paul to where we're not getting the writings of Peter or the rest of the apostles. We're getting Paul, right? After the canonical gospels, you're getting Paul. So there's this emphasis on Paul, and a lot of fundamental Christians refer to Paul more than they will ever refer to Jesus. That's kind of what I was not that there's like this chief apostle among apostles, not
Right,
but there is this emphasis on Paul.
But the reason why again I'm bringing Paul up, because just on what you just said and what I've said a moment ago about image idol and all that, loving a neighbor, and now in hindsight of all that, I'm going to read this short passage here, and I want you to, if you want, you can react live on air. But I'm just interested now to see what you have to say.
All right.
So Paul says this.
I'll even smoke on screen.
Okay. Although I am free from everyone's expectations, I've made myself a servant to all of them to win more people. To the Jews I became like a Jew in order to win Jews. To those under the law I became like a man under the law in order to win those under the law. But then in parentheses he says, although I myself am not under the law, because guess what, he's under that messianic, the law of Jesus. Then he goes, to those who do not have the law, the non-Jews, I became like a man who does not have the law in order to win those who do not have the law. However, so notice he's like what he just said, regardless of the person's position, life, culture, perspective, how do you approach those people? Don't just come in shoving in your stuff. You work with the community and you offer your best resources, and in Paul's case he wants to share the gospel, like this grand context of God becoming man, and if you want to identify with Jesus. So he's working with the Jews in their rigid system of the law, because guess what, if truth supersedes the Mosaic law, he's not afraid to work with that law, with that system. Same thing with the Gentile system that doesn't have the law. If God's truth will win at the end of the day, he'll work with that system. And then he goes, so that being said, I am not free from God's law because I'm subject to Christ's law. And now he's equating Christ's law with God's law, which supersedes Moses now. And then he goes, to the weak I became weak in order to win the weak. I've become all things to all people so that by all possible means I might save some of them. And then I do this for the sake of the gospel, good news, in order to have a share in its blessings. And then it's this language of he runs the race and uses race, Greco-Roman race, in the stadium. They would do races, and you see, that's Paul. And to give you an illustration of a missionary illustration here, if I was so when Jesus in the Great Commission says, "Go into all the world, baptize in the name of the Father, Son, Spirit, and make disciples," and sure enough, Paul's wanting to do that. If I was in that group, I'd be like, "Hey, okay, I can understand the West getting it, but the East is a whole other ball game." And again, because I've grown up in that more Eastern culture, where I've had, again, a Christian family that also has shared and missionaries working in that Eastern sense, I was always fascinated by the Chinese translation of the Bible. And this is just an example of what I'm getting at, where the Chinese concept of the Tao is utilized in John 1:1. So in the Chinese religion, Tao is the reason why things exist the way they do. It can connotate a type of providential act. Think of it like the Force in Star Wars. The Tao is like the Force, but at the same time, the Force is impersonal. It's not a personal thing. So when the missionaries go to China, they found it hard to communicate the word logos to the Chinese, that Jesus is the logos, the word. So the closest word in Chinese to logos is the word Tao. So they're like, you know what? Let's just
the Tao
run
of
with
Jesus.
it.
Yeah.
well, in the Chinese translation, it says, "In the beginning was the Tao. The Tao was with God, and the Tao was God, and the Tao became flesh." You see, that revolutionizes now. Hey, you had this idea of Tao. We're not contradicting that. We want to work with that. We want to, like, the model that we're proposing, we want to introduce it to say, look, is there a possibility for a marriage of ideas? That, okay, you have this Tao, but but even though you have this perspective of Tao being this force-like thing, can you imagine the Tao becoming flesh and dwelling among us? And then to solve this death problem, which, by the way, all humans all over the world share. It's a common denominator for all humans. We all share this thing called death. So I'm just sharing that as an example where Paul's missionary journey to be the way he was for all people, in order to win all people. Here's an example of when missionaries go to China and they're working with their concepts. No, that's the thing. This is going to sound really judgmental. There are a lot of online Christians that I try and be very good friends, and I try and fellowship with. Like, for example, CJ. Like, him and I started off very tense, but I made it a point. At the end of the day, we need to be brothers in this. So
I like CJ. He's smart and he's very fundamental. But he's never rubbed me the same way most fundamentals do. Like
right.
we've been able to keep it civil most of the time.
Yeah. So I don't want this to come across as judgmental, but and presumptuous, because I don't know what CJ or anyone who comes on YouTube, in this case Christian, for example, I'm speaking now to the Christian audience, because they are scattered around the world. They could be doing missionary work, they could be doing humanitarian work, I don't know. But when I see some Christians on YouTube, I won't name names, but when I see some of them, and that's all, it's like they have like religious constipation. Like that's literally all they're focused on, is just this one thing, and they make it this tense thing, and then it causes tension among the community. I don't see that with people who are cultured and with people who actually do the work.
Yeah.
What it really means to be a Christ follower, and then do what the missionaries were doing, and that is a humanitarian sort of context. And you see, that's the group of Christians I like to be involved with, and that's the group of Christians, the Mark study that I'm writing my Mark study notes for, that group, they are missionaries right now. Some of them are in Nepal and a few other places.
Yeah, and it seems like, to kind of just respond to it all, Paul was a person that was able to be whatever he needed to be in the moment. And you know, it's like here on YouTube right now, you know, and the way that, and again, like I always say, I understand why Christians come at me the way that I do. I approached YouTube atheism one when I was still very ignorant. I hadn't it was just pretty much my own just anger at kind of being rejected by family and friends for finally starting to kind of talk about how I don't believe anymore. And over a process of time, I've become much more knowledgeable. I've just been researching just nonstop. I've gotten better at doing this, but I always have been able to understand why Christians come at me the way that they do. I can be very vitriolic. I get you know, I get ghetto, you know, so
Right, right.
I've always been able to understand it, but I've never understood it from their perspective. Like, if your ultimate goal is to A, either prove me wrong, or B, convert me to what you would see as something that's going to save my soul and make me a better human being, then you would try to come at me from my level. You would, and by that I'm not talking an intelligence level, but just you would try to understand the life experiences I've had, the type of person that I am, and you'll approach me as a human being that has an understanding of that, instead of just, oh, you know, you're going to use, like, the most common one is like, you're going to hell or something, or what if you're wrong, you know, that old Pascal's wager.
And
Just the nicer
raging. I
ones,
don't wanna. This is not. This is not. This is gonna sound a little bit like a bromance, but that is exactly the thought that went through my mind as to why then I PM'd you yesterday,
Oh, really?
the day before, because how I okay. So I've seen you here and there. I haven't actually, and that's the thing. I don't really spend much time on YouTube, so it's not like I spent like sitting through a whole say hour live stream of you in it. I've only seen you briefly when you did that debate with Matt Powell and a few others. And then because of Praise I Am doing the Behemoth thing, I was sort of catching up on a few things about that to see what else he was saying. And he was reviewing a stream that you were in with a guy named Perfect something.
Oh yeah. The preacher. The preacher.
The preacher.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
the
thinks
guy that
he's
you just-
perfect.
Yeah,
He thinks
yeah.
he's perfect.
And this was like 2 days ago or something, like some recent live stream you had with the preacher in there and a few others. And then I was like, you know, I just want to, let's see what happens. I just want to have just a chat with this raging atheist. Just
Yeah,
because-
and I really appreciate how you've approached me. You
Yeah.
know, I've often said, if Christians just approach me decently and human, I wouldn't be a dick half the time that I'm a dick. You know, like, but you know, for instance, Smokey.
Trust me, there's an Australian culture that I'm used to, so it's, yeah.
I mean, Matt Powell is a better. I won't go to Smokey, but Matt Powell is a better example. Matt Powell first approached me just trolling, calling me reprobate in the comment section. So right off the bat, it's just a bad relationship right off the bat. There's never going to be any room for trust, you know. And then in our conversations, like, it's like he just gave me more and more reasons for that, you know, like the way he makes his edits to just very disingenuous, basically, you know, lying for Jesus and then messing with my cameras and stuff. You know, there was never any chance for a good relationship, you know. And I even speaking of Smokey, like, Smokey says, you know, he approached me nice and I rejected him. I'm like, not usually. If you approach me decently, I might not agree with you, but I'll be a lot nicer. But I know when Smokey approached me the first time ever, he just started trolling the hell out of me in my chats, and it would be like, you know, paragraph long or page long comments in my comment section, him in the side chat, just trolling the chat, trolling me. And so it was like, there was never any chance that me and Smokey Saint was ever going to have any kind of healthy, productive relationship or conversation about theology ever. You know, so my rule has always been, if you come and at least give me the decency to hear me out and talk to me calmly and rationally, then it's going to be a calm and rational conversation. And I think I've been able, when that happens, I usually form friendships with those Christians, because we have respect for each other. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be vitriol. Like Smokey, like if Smokey would have came at me just halfway decent, who knows? It could have been something completely different than it turned out to be.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm actually good friends with Smokey in the sense I've only known him for about, I don't know, 2 months now, 2 3 months. The first, or maybe the second, or maybe the third live stream I did with him, whenever I went in, it was just like, hey, how you doing? You know, just general chit chat. As a stream usually is like long hours and people just chat. But there was one particular stream that I recommend you watch. I'll in private I'll send you the link to that. But
Cool.
it was just one of those where it was just him and me. Obviously, both we're Christians in the sense, and we did one of those like off the cuff like Bible studies, like live publicly. We didn't plan it, but we were just bouncing off ideas, sort of like encouraging us because of the beauty of the theology we were reading, and then it was one of those inspiring us to in that fellowship. It was one of the most wholesome live stream experiences I've had in recent time with a stranger, but that who also claimed to be Christian. But now I know Smokey, and I've again, especially with the Young Earth Creationists, he's been, I don't know if you've noticed, he's just been ranting and raving against standing for truth and
Wait for it. So we'll take bets on how because on how long you've remained friends with Smokey, and I'm not going to try to dissuade you
No, but
from it
all
at
I'm
all.
saying is
I just I would warn you.
Yeah.
He flips.
Okay. No, even if he does, like that's the thing. My approach is still, believe it or not, Paul's attitude. The New Testament attitude, like all, and this is what I told Praise. So when I went on the Behemoth stream, on Praise's stream, for the first 30 minutes, I laid the groundwork for what it means to be, how to approach each other. And for a good 30 minutes, we were discussing that before we even got to the topic. And I even mentioned to him about Smokey being a bit tense here and there, and I said, I'll quote myself verbatim. I am me. I'm not part of a group think. So I'm just me. My mandate, because I take the Bible seriously in this sense, that the New Covenant Jesus stuff seriously. If I am to love my neighbor and to present myself not only to the best ability of who I am as a person, as Rob, my household name and all that, but I mean, for goodness sake, I claim to be an ambassador for Christ, and boy, that's a privilege. That
Excuse me.
Like wow, and so then if I'm going to be that, I don't want to be enemies with anyone. I just want. Like, if I can help in some way, great. Even if it means I don't have the opportunity to discuss Bible, I don't then translate that as a failed opportunity. No, every opportunity I have to be there for someone, even give them money if they need money, or the most mundane thing. To me, in my own private way, I reflect and think, God, if that was. Even that little thing, if that was part of the, for you to help that person, and I was just like a vessel to help, great, praise God. Like that's, you see, that's my attitude. And again, I only see that attitude because I have a family that's cultured with that attitude, because we come from a cultured environment where, where people think, this is not just me, by the way, there's thousands of people like me. But when I come and see what you're describing on YouTube, the only conclusion I can make is that these people are within the four walls of their room, and that's all they know.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that probably. They're inside their box, and it's hard for them to make it out.
But it gives that impression.
Well, I think it is. There's a staunch difference between a Christian that thinks about it deeply and is able to get kind of outside that box, put it in perspective, understand that for this thing to be true, this has got to be a very complicated, complex message that upon first reading, you're not going to understand it. And if you're taking it literally upon that first reading, it's just going to create a human being that's going to be fundamentally problematic in a modern world. As Christianity has come a long way, and I often say that it's kind of the issue with Islam is that Islam never had what's the word I'm looking for, Protestant movement, or the, Reformation, and honestly, that Reformation has evolved as the world has evolved.
If there was a Reformation, I don't think there'd be any Quran.
Yeah, exactly. They're kind of stuck in, and I've often said, like if you look at Muhammad and his history and what they say he was trying to do anyway, because you only get their history of him, so it's really you're taking their word for it. But if you go by what they say, he was really a very progressive minded person that saw problems in Arabia at the time and came up with solutions for those problems. Poverty, inequality, these were things that he was wrestling with, and that's why he invented his religion. And I think he did it because he was on that caravan route with his uncle, and he was going around, he was learning all these different, he was meeting Jews, he was meeting Christianity, he was seeing the Arabia for what it was, and kind of formulated this very progressive idea for its time. But then they're stuck there in that time period, and there's never been this reformation, this evolution of the religion into a modern time period. And I think that's why we have such a staunch, just like, for us, the Western civilizations, to look into these theocracies over in the Middle East, it's almost like a gut shock to us, because it's literally a different. They've evolved differently than we have. There hasn't been that reformation. So,
right.
It seems like Christianity has been able to do that. And I lost my train of thought. So
no, that's fine. I mean, if you want, we can go straight into the science topic.
But, yeah, I do want to get to this. Man, we've been going 3.5 hours.
3 hours have just gone by quick.
It's too late now, so don't try to talk me into it. But I was gonna go hang out with some friends, and I never do this. Okay. But I mean, that was at 1:00. And I told them, well, yeah, I have this conversation. I'll show up after, but now it's like they're drunk now, and if I go over there now, I'll just it'll be awkward for me. Because I don't drink anymore. But we can get right into the science. Like, this has been a fascinating conversation, and all that I will say, like, when it comes to Smokey Saint, hopefully he never goes off. But I would just be wary. I'd just be wary. That's all I'll say about Smokey.
Sure.
But let's get into the science, because this is probably the thing that I'm not a big one. I'm not a big science guy, but I go hard at Genesis, so I'm kind of interested in your take, and so go ahead.
Okay, well, what question specifically, or do you want me to go from the start of Genesis?
So my thing with Genesis is, especially with the young earthers, they take it literally, and the creation of humanity, I take like huge issue with, but also like when I read the Genesis story, at least the Satan figure of the Genesis story, I don't really see as a bad dude. I pretty much see him as like the good character, the serpent or whatever, kind of speaking the truth to Adam and Eve. And I see kind of like God, outside of that context, and I was being accurate. Like, you can read it and you can see like God is the parent, and Adam and Eve are the children. But in that same context, what do we as parents often do but lie about the reality of the world to our children in the name of not harming them, right? Or not corrupting their innocence. So I think that the Genesis story kind of portrays that. But like, my issues with Genesis aren't necessarily scientific outside of the creation of the world. We know that the world's not 6,000 years old. If you take it literally, that's where I really take issues with Genesis, and I have a lot of fun with it. I've made like 13 videos on Genesis so far. Now I'm focusing on the New Testament again, but I don't know. When it comes to the science part, science side of it, I'll kind of let you speak to that, and I might be able to respond. Um, but I definitely think, that, like, when you talk about Genesis, I think it's one, when they're in the garden, and no, it's not Genesis 1. Genesis
So
1 is the
Genesis,
creation of the world. So,
yeah, and Genesis 2 and 3
yeah,
is
we can
garden.
start at
Yeah.
1 and
Yep.
and go from there.
Okay. Caveat, or like a fascinating point, I suppose, to keep it floating in your mind, because you mentioned the serpent figure, the Nakash, as an adjective. So as a noun, it's serpent. As a verb, it means to divinize. As an adjective, it means to shine. So you could literally
Okay.
translate it as now the shining one was more clever and this and that. So in other words, it's a divine being that's lurking around in God's sort of like garden council. And I'll
So
get into
that's
how
interesting.
what makes sense of that, in the sense that you have God and the gods, and then a human population, and Adam and Eve as high priests in that garden. All that to
Hmm.
say, again, now this is Paul's sophisticated theology, because Paul, guess what? This goes to show he really did his homework as a when he was educated in this and then became a Christian. There's a peculiar word that's pluralized in Galatians 3. So he in Galatians 3, and then I'll come straight into the Genesis context. So Galatians 3 verse 19, he asks the question, why was the law added? In this case, the Torah and the law. Why? Like, you have everything, because he talks about Abraham and he talks about God having this plan, and then at the end of Galatians 3 he speaks about how you're all children. If you're God's children, then whether you're Jew or Greek, slave or free, you're all one in Jesus. But in between, sandwiched in between those 2 points, he wants to say that what was in between the garden and now Jesus, hence the law that's in between, in order to do the deprogramming that happened, the to unlearn what you've learned, the psychology of the way people used to think a certain way, and the superstitions they had, and then that deprogramming to bring them out of that, so then finally when Jesus comes on the scene, it's at the right time. So Galatians 3:19 says, why was the law added? Because of transgressions. Notice it's transgressions plural. It's not transgression singular. Because of transgressions, until the descendant came about whom the promise pertained, until basically Jesus came. Now, why is he saying transgressions? The younger creationists will say, which doesn't surprise me when you say that you think the serpent figure is a good or something, like a liberator. But
Yeah, that's kind of
here's
how I see it. I agree with this Temple of Satan's position that the Satan in Genesis is a liberator, a free thinker against a tyrannical
sure.
oppressor.
And this is for you to again meditate on, to see why Paul says transgressions plural, because the younger creationists will say you have one fall, Genesis 3, and then apparently everything's undone. You have 3 falls, Genesis 3, Genesis 6, and Genesis 11. Genesis 3 is that what specifically happens with respect to the Nakash, the Shining One, and then the humans there, and God, and that council sort of thing, where you have family on God's mind, and basically to translate it, because guess what, we have a Marvel phase of fanaticism in our culture today. You have Thor, I suppose, as being this, he wants to bring things together. But then you have Loki, who is basically what he's still loved in the sense that he, like, even though he's not directly Odin's son, but he still has that privileged position because at the end of the day, look, we can still try and be there for you, like you can still do a good choice, but Loki keeps doing a bad choice. So you have that Satan figure as a type of Loki lurking around, and it's not just Genesis 3, it's also Genesis 6, which makes it even worse. Hence the Nephilim, sons of God, that thing going on with respect to the local
Well,
Persian Gulf flooding, and
see,
then Genesis 11.
I get a different.
Mm-hmm.
So in Genesis 6, when it speaks of the Nephilim, when I read it, it speaks of them in a manner like they're the great people on the planet. Like this is some. It's it's almost too good of a marriage, right? Like angels having sex with women who reproduce children. But then, like I hear and I understand that later on it speaks of Nephilim and these giant monstrosities that were
Mm-hmm.
damaging the world or whatever. So it's like when I read the text in Genesis 6, I think, well, it's clearly speaking like really good of these Nephilim, like they're almost too good. And then so I get contradictions when it comes to the Nephilim, and they're speaking of so infrequently throughout the whole Bible. It's like, for one, like history, unless you watch a lot of or unless you get a lot of really bad photos on Facebook, we
Oh
don't
yeah,
have any
the
bones of
skeleton stuff.
giants,
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah. Mm. No, they're not. They're
mm,
not. Yeah, they're not tall, as you see in the photos, like they're depicted. Oh, but and that's the thing. Goliath is depicted as 9 feet. It was the Dead Sea Scrolls that
yeah,
corrected that reading because it's a Masoretic misreading. The Dead Sea Scrolls, which is earlier, says that Goliath was 6.5 feet,
which would have been
and
very tall in that time
still very
period,
tall because the average
yeah,
height was 5 exactly.
yeah,
But here's the point. It's not unique to Genesis. You have what's called the Adapa myth. You have what's called the Apkallu. Apkallu are the equivalent of the sons of God in Genesis 6. Genesis 6:5 is the reason why. So Genesis 6:5 says, and the thoughts of humans were evil only continually, and that phrase, the inclination of the human heart was evil, becomes this Second Temple rabbinic thing called the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination. So Genesis 3 is fall number 1, Genesis 6 is fall number 2, and then Genesis 11 is fall number 3 with the Tower of Babel. Now notice, the Noah's flood is local because the Nephilim survive, but the Nephilim that do die out, not only in the flood, but also after Genesis, so like Og of Bashan, the Israelite conquest, Joshua's wars. Joshua's wars is rooting out the Nephilim problem. Goliath being killed by David. According to Second Temple texts, when the Nephilim die, these hybrid beings of some sort, which by the way in the ancient Near Eastern corpus they're also depicted as 2/3 Apkallu, 1/3 human, they become, as Jesus called, the wandering spirits. So in the New Testament, when you see unclean spirits or impure spirits, why unclean? Because in Levitical law, what makes something unclean? The mixing of fabrics. So these spirits are unclean in the sense that they're the mixing of categories, which is, guess what, that happened in the Genesis 6 story. So notice then that by the time you reach Genesis 12, so Genesis 11 is Tower of Babel, the third and final fall. Genesis 12 is when God starts with a clean slate. Abraham, who was a pagan in that same Ur of the Chaldees. And then the Bible story starts from that chapter onwards. So Genesis 1 to 11 is what the scholars call mytho-history. And Genesis 1 to 11 is this like a preface, like an introduction to the Lord of the Rings. You know that
yeah.
voice narrative that introduces the movie, and then you get into the movie. So that's Genesis 1 to 11. Now that being said, now specifically with respect to the signs then, so I know that there are people, young Earth creationists take what's called the Concordus route, and there are those who are in the old Earth creationist camp that also take the Concordus route, and Concordism just means you concord science with the text. Now the young Earth creationists will say, see, it says the sun was created on day 4, and the day Yom means 24 hours, so it took 6 24-hour periods. They take the ages, Adam lived 930 years, they take that all like for what it is, and then they come up with a 6,000-year figure. Except that's not how an ancient person would have read it. Now, let's backtrack. Let's go from, say, Genesis 5 back into Genesis 1. So Genesis 5, when you're talking about the ages, here's a little bit of a trivia fact, not just to you, but to everyone. Just a little bit of common sense thinking here. You and I utilize what's called base 10 mathematic counting system. We count 1 to 10. That's called base 10. We also do what's called base 60, but we don't realize we don't even know it's called base 60, but we do it anyway. That's looking at the clock. 60 minutes in 1 hour, 60 seconds in 1 minute. Okay. Base 10 counting emerged with the Arabic numeral system.
Yeah.
There was no base 10 in Abraham's time or even prior. So when you're looking at the ages, it's base 60. It's not base 10. So it's not actually 930 years Adam lived. And how we know this is because there are other, what's called a king list. So there's one called the Sumerian king list that, believe it or not, also has thousands of years applied to each king. And it's got the same, like there's the main 10 that they've chosen in that list. And another clue is that each of those numbers in the Genesis 5 sequence has a common value in the ones place of 0, 2, and 5. Those three numbers, and you can work with them. You can do reverse calculations. These are base 60 numbers. So, like for example, when Lamech dies at 777, talk about the coincidence. Exactly at the 777th year he dies. What about Enoch? He's taken up on the 365th year. Does 365 remind you of something?
I've asked a lot of Christians, and this is always a fascinating conversation for me, because I mean, for me, obviously, people didn't live to 930 years old.
No,
they weren't reproducing when they were 500. Of course, and of course they kept different calendars, and they my best guess is, back then they were probably living in tops 50, 60. I've gotten in a lot of arguments. Some Christians think nope, they lived to 930. That's your YECs, and yet they'll list they'll put all of the
They'll try and shoehorn in some science to demonstrate that it's a different condition back then, and
they'll take one paragraph out of a paper, call it a conclusion when it's not a conclusion, and they give no context to the paper. They twist the science to fit their narrative. I got into an argument with Smokey about this, and he wouldn't really tell me how old they actually were. He was like, we were talking the same language, but just speaking past each other. And I was probably being disrespectful as hell back then in his side chat. But it's ultimately like, I think it was Immutable Destiny who was really conversing with me on it, who's an atheist, but just a really smart dude. And I think we came to conclusion, like, all right, maybe you think they're like 270 years old, or, so how old exactly were they? Because, the narrative is usually, that we have somehow, become worse since the fall, right? Like humans were degrading.
But
eventually we're going to
say that though.
I don't think so. It's just kind of this. It's just kind of this Christian narrative.
It's an ad hoc imposing on the text. Yeah. And by the way, again, this is a little bit of a. Now I'm teasing you now about Paul, because now I'm making you a fan of Paul. Every time I bring up Paul, it seems like I really like that from Paul. Paul says this about old age. Are you ready? So in Romans 4, speaking about Abraham and Sarah, he says, verse 18, Romans 4 verse 18, hoping in spite of hopeless circumstances, he, Abraham, believed that he would become the father of many nations, just as he had been told. This is how many descendants you'll have. And then verse 19, his faith did not weaken when he thought about his own body. And now this is Paul's. Paul gives his own remark here in parentheses, which was already as good as dead now that he was about 100 years old.
Yeah, which
so
I mean,
Paul's like, and think about it. The text has 900 for Adam. Paul knows his Torah. Paul, how dare you claim Abraham was as good as dead when you know Adam lived till 900?
Yeah.
You see,
And it's never made much sense. And to take it literally, like, a good long life for us is 100 years old, right? Like that's ancient. I think I've gotten in arguments with people because talking about immortality, and I'll be like, hell yeah, I want to live forever. If I could live forever, I would live forever. And they're like, when do you get bored? Or a lot of people will like, no, no, we're perfect the way we are. 100 years, that's enough. And I'm like, shit, 100 years, I can't even read all the books I want to read in 100 years. Like, what are you talking about? So but we observe, and we're able to observe, and we know, modern science, modern healthcare, even America's shitty healthcare system, whatever, the advances of modern medicine, we live longer than we've ever lived before. So it, it, I get into these conversations, and it's not just all YECs. I think a lot of it is just the indoctrination. You're raised on this, and you've had this pounded into your head, and you don't like we talked about earlier in the stream. It's a lot of people, aren't really thinking deeply about why they believe what they believe. Here on YouTube, on both sides, you have people that go into the finer details and the nuance. Like me as an atheist, I read the Bible probably more than most normal Christians do. But most people, they just it's almost like they're programmed not to even think about why they believe, or is their belief even necessarily good or bad. They just believe what they believe because they've always believed it.
yeah. So I'm what I'm doing is I'm carefully projecting back into, again, brilliantly as you just said, you need to think about these things a lot more carefully. and how ironic, Paul thinks that Abraham was as good as dead at 100. How much more Adam at 900?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Notice that the ages of Adam are not mentioned again in the Bible. That's the only time in the Bible is it even discussed. Like, you don't see Paul or anyone having a debate. How did Adam live until 900?
Yeah.
Even Chronicles leaves out the ages for the patriarchs. It just gives a genealogy instead. It just says Adam then begat so and so, then begat. So there's something going on then as a polemic with respect to the ancient Near Eastern genealogical list of the kings and their base 60 numbers and so on, that then the author of Genesis, which I believe, I mean, if I'm going to go the conservative route, I think Moses compiled all of this stuff. But it's like a polemic to make an argument that, hey, you have your tradition, and we have a response to it. And, it's Yahweh with respect to this tradition. The base 60 stuff even applies to all the numbers associated with the flood. Noah's Ark, base 60 numbers, 300 cubits, in length, 30 cubits in width, 50 cubits, for example, its height 50 cubits. Guess what? The flood says that the waters go up 15 cubits. And the ark's height is described as being 30 cubits. Notice that the symmetry in the text, 15 cubits. So if a boat goes into the water, half of it will go 15 cubits in, 15 cubits up. There's your 30 cubits height for the ark. Like, the careful literary sort of like being cognitive of the outside details to make sure everything is in coherent symmetry. That's the intent of the author, not Ken Ham's Ark Encounter, where he takes 300 cubits as a literal base 10 number and then makes it into this Titanic-sized boat. Anyway, we can go into the flood with the Persian Gulf, and
this is everything too. Here in America, people don't use metric, so that automatically it all just goes right over our head.
Right. Okay. 450 feet is the 300 cubits if you were to translate it into base 10 units, but using feet. So now that I've given a taste of that, the same thing applies to the Genesis 1 creation story. So this is going to sound wild in the sense of that's too good to be true, but if we took a Richard Dawkins or a Lawrence Krauss or take your pick, a good
Mm.
critical scientific thinker, put them into the DeLorean, sent them back in time to the ancient Near East, and then the challenge they're given is to not introduce any new concepts, like new words, new terminology, but imagine them learning the language of the day and using that same language but making a response to it, to the other
Mm.
creation myths or the other perspectives of reality that these other people have. Kind of like in Star Trek, that mandate they have, like the protocol not to like interfere too much with another world and its culture. Like we just have to,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can say something but don't do too much to it.
Mm.
Is Genesis 1, the way it's structured, is that sort of the same thing? So everything in Genesis 1 follows from the other creation, ancient Near Eastern creation myths, where take day 4 for example. Notice that author deliberately doesn't mention the sun by name and the moon by name. It just
Mm.
says the great light and the lesser light.
Yeah.
Now, if you are an ancient Near Eastern person reading that, expecting Shemesh for sun to be in the text, you'd read this and think, how dare you not mention Shemesh? Shemesh, this is the sun. We worship the sun. Why are you just calling it a great light? But do you see how the text is like a Lawrence Krauss that's saying, it's not some deity, it's just a great
Yeah.
light.
Yeah.
It's that very naturalistic, sort of like atheistic, secular way of, and it's the Genesis text doing that to this ancient recent culture and the readers at the time. So, day 1, when it speaks about the spirit hovering over the waters, okay, the word is Tehom, for the deep. Tehom is linguistically parallel to that word Tiamat and Tiamat Marduk myth, the tearing of the body and all that stuff. But the text takes the Tiamat stuff, and that chaos language, hence the sea water, the water chaos, which John picks up in Revelation. But he just simply says, there's tohu vabohu, there's the unformed and desolate nature of the world,
Mm.
and then it's dark on the surface, but at the same time the whole Eretz, the whole land is covered with water, but it's dark on the surface of the water. But at the end of the day, the Spirit of God, of our God, is hovering over it, just like in your religion you have a hovering nature of Marduk over the other gods and all that. But our God is to bring about functional order compared to your God, who did the whole Tiamat thing. So our God, over Tiamat, which is the Tehom in the text, brings about, and as the text says, light.
Mm.
And he saw that the light was good. You see, notice how instead of going down the mythical trajectory and saying, yeah, there's these gods warring, notice the text sounds very naturalistic and secular. The only non-naturalistic or secular component to Genesis 1 is whenever you see the word God appear, like God appear.
Mm.
Just strip God out. The God, and God said, let there be. Strip that out, and if you just read the text, it's like as if an atheist was giving his own, I don't know, version of the creation story, but in an ancient culture.
Well,
It's a very
yeah.
naturalistic.
And
Yeah.
I often deal with the literal translations, and I get accused of not being able to understand what you're talking about, and I've gotten accused of that several times. But no, I do understand that. Like, no, this is in the context of how this Bible came together. Like in the context of the Torah wasn't the Torah at first. It was like individual things, and then it eventually came together. The same thing happened with the New Testament, but this Genesis story clearly was an ancient society, a Near Eastern society that um, kind of just had its own stories, but they're very similar to the stories that was kind of around them at the time, and it was like this formulation of the religion, and you can take it in context of that and just understand that this is basically just an introduction to how this culture back then saw the formulation of it, and as you're saying, kind of a refutation to some of the other stories about the same thing from other cultures around them at the time, and still that doesn't take away that the God could still be real. It's just Genesis is an introduction, and if you take it literally, if you
Mm-hmm.
take it seriously, well, you're starting on the wrong path to begin with, and that would
Exactly.
be, I was that type of Christian. I was raised fundamental Baptist. That's how we started. That's how they started you with this crap as a little kid, taking it literally when it's not something to be taken literally. This is
Yeah.
actually a history lesson, not something to put you base your life upon. It's a history lesson about the culture.
Just like how we use polemics even today, but I kept bringing up Matrix movies and Avatar and blah blah, Lord of the Rings. Notice these are all polemics with respect to a working knowledge, and then we take the themes of that working knowledge and make something new to expand on that working knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you another example in this in the scripture, which, by the way, I had an encounter with a young Earth creationist, part of that Standing for Truth community, and oh boy, and I've actually uploaded that encounter on my channel.
Standings, he's a special case.
This is not specifically Standing. This is another guy that's in that circle, and I've uploaded that
guy
clip
gets me.
on my channel.
SFT gets me, but I'm not sure. I don't know his circle too well. I watch praise more than anything. So
so I've called it the video is called "The So-Called Perspicuity of Scripture." It's about an hour long, but it was a 20-minute discussion, and spliced in I put in the scholars who. This is not me saying, it's in the scholarship. But basically that discussion revolved around Ezekiel chapter 1. And Ezekiel chapter 1, the famous wheels within wheels, and the hooves, and the what the hell, 4 living creatures. And then you have, oh boy, in the 70s and 80s, that Zachariah Sitchin stuff, the ancient astronaut, and maybe this is a UFO, and... Well...
I wrote when I was in college, I wrote a paper on I found like 98 verses in the New Testament that I could interpret as ancient alien,
right.
So
right.
yeah.
so Dr. Josh then is familiar with this because he's an Assyriologist. He's also on his channel has had to dealt with Zitchin's work. Where a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and when you actually then engage with the context of chapter 1 of Ezekiel, well, notice how the chapter starts. Ezekiel is by the rivers of Shabar, Babylon, and he sees a theophanic vision. But then he writes in such a way that no other biblical author writes. Only a Babylonian would understand. He describes his theophanic vision with Marduk terminology. Marduk iconography of the wheels and the eyes is to do with the zodiac. So they believe that the earth is in the center, and then you have the zodiac as like a wheel. And eyes can also mean star. They're interchangeable. So see how it says living creatures, the 4 main living creatures of the wheel? Well, they're the 4 cardinal points. And specifically 4 main astrological signs, because it gives the wheel like an ox, human face, eagle face. Like these are the the constellation being, and when it says when it says the eyes cover their body, well, guess what? When you look at, say, Virgo, stars cover her body. Eyes are stars. So, and everything's working in tandem, everything's working simultaneously. So the point is, Ezekiel is cognizant of Marduk religion with respect to the Babylonian zodiac and the iconography associated with all that. And the polemic is, Yahweh comes on his throne chariot, and he's the Lord of the cycles of time. And he's the one, because guess what? That's the whole point of Ezekiel, with respect to the exile, and then the time will come when the Jews will be liberated from the exile, which is Nehemiah and Ezra. They come out and then they start again. And imagine if Ezekiel 1, the description of that theophany, imagine that if that is constantly used, like in other books, that would be weird, because that would be anachronistic, because it's like that's only meant for a Babylonian reader at the time, because Jews in Babylon would have been seeing this all the time. So, in fact, this goes back to that prior point we made about how God works, accommodates himself with the cultures, and every book of the Bible, from the start to the end, is like this quantum jump every time. It's like, okay, now Ezekiel is writing in a particular way, but only for that group.
Yeah.
And then on it goes, right? So, okay, now, what about evolution and science in Genesis 1? So, this to me is close to my heart, and I know Dr. Josh and I have disagreement about this, but the disagreement is we are in 100% agreement on one thing. Everything I just shared from that ancient Near Eastern context, if we only look at it from that ancient Near Eastern context, which by the way I'm fine to do if I was shoved to the wall and I had to and if I was to exegete the passage only using ancient Near Eastern lens, I would happily do it, because guess what? That is a fact. But what I'm saying is, Josh thinks, or people like Josh think, that it's only one side of the coin and that there is no other side of the coin. That's the only way you can look at it. I'm saying there's two sides to it, of the same coin. There is that ancient Near Eastern context, but just as the prophecies of Jesus were hidden and then had an application when Jesus came about, is it possible that the creation mandate not only is a polemic against the ancient Near Eastern creation myths, but also is accurate enough to match with a modern scientific analysis of of natural history? That in other words, you have God and then the author of Genesis responding with the working knowledge of the people at the time, but then God, in hindsight of the true nature of things, how reality did work and come about, that then when we do have an accurate knowledge of that the Genesis story will also be applicable to that. And so then that's the other side of the coin that I'm arguing that the Genesis 1 passage communicates, and that to me, I think, is quite remarkable. All
right, so
yeah.
Well, so like you think Genesis reflects truly how the world came together?
Yeah, so I'm saying it's both. I'm saying it's that polemical response to the ancient Near Eastern myths and working with the way they talk, like how Lawrence Krauss would have to go back in time, speak their language, and very, very nicely purposely not say certain things to speak like a naturalist. Okay, so for example, the ancient Near Eastern people had a flat Earth cosmology, solid dome, waters above, waters below. But in the same text, is it possible to also read the natural history of Earth chronologically in Genesis 1? And I'm saying evolution here, not young Earth. And I'm saying yes, you can do that. And there are Hebrew scholars that's come and gone. Gleason Archer, John Sailhammer, currently living Walter Kaiser. But then, using their material, then scientists like Hugh Ross and the Biologos Foundation, and now this is where the concordism comes in, but it's a concordism of the old Earth model, not the young Earth. I can give you some examples in the text if you want me to.
I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Who am I to say that? But like, wouldn't you have to, like, I don't know, infer a lot into that? Like, so like, what do I know about like how the world was made? For one, I don't know. It seems like Genesis 1 is fairly clear that it was kind of made around the same time that the universe was made. I think it's kind of weird. I don't know. It would be very vague. Wouldn't it be based upon, like, you would have to interpret what it's saying in a certain way in order to, I don't know, come to something that's like really, really complex and would take a lot of explanation to really, I mean, for science to explain it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I see that hesitancy that you're making, and this is gonna sound, I don't know, too good to be true, but it's actually not that complex. If you have a bullet point working knowledge of natural history of Earth, and you see the days of creation as epochs, like snapshots, you can make hundreds of thousands of snapshots of history. But if I was to give, say, the top 6 snapshots of history, I'm saying Genesis 6 is not the perfect, because there's no such thing as having the perfect snapshot of history. Because at the end of the day, it's fine-tuned to give the most coherent main points it needs to. And I'm saying the snapshots of history match natural history. When you just, I'm not imposing science onto it, or I'm not trying to impose the scripture onto science. All I'm saying is, here's natural history, here's Genesis, and the amazing thing is it does seem to match. And especially verse 20 that caused a huge debate in the early church. So much so, it went so far as to the question about other worlds and other life on other worlds. It's called the principle of plenitude in the early church. What if there's ET? How does that work? But in verse 20 in Genesis it says, and when God forms all the living creatures in the oceans on day 5, it then says that the birds that are in the air derive from the oceans. And church fathers like Basil, and even the Second Temple Jews at the time, like, for example, in the book of Enoch it says, and God generated feathered birds from the oceans, from the fish. So Basil is like, is there a family relationship between birds and fish? Do they derive from each other? How the heck does that work? How does a flying creature derive from something that's in the ocean? And then Calvin, in Calvin's like John Calvin of all people in the 1500s, but when he reaches verse 20, he says, okay, the scripture says birds come from the oceans. Now, and this is typical of Calvin, there are atheists in my day making a mockery of this verse, because how the heck do fish and birds have this relationship? There is, because the verse is saying there is a relationship, but there's no evolution in Calvin's day. So Calvin was like, well, all I can do is just trust God that to make sense that he did it this way. Then by the time he reached the 1800s with Darwin, so there were scholars in Darwin's day, biblical scholars like Philip Schaff. He wrote one of his famous works is called The History of the Church by Philip Schaff. He was one of a panel of translators for the church fathers. Philip Schaff took the opportunity to translate Basil, the guy that spoke about that family relationship. And by the way, Basil lived in the 300s AD, just to give you a bit of time perspective. So Schaff is like, wow, this is what the theory of evolutionists say, that you have fish, reptile, bird. And then he quotes Haeckel's monophyletic pedigree stuff. And by the way, don't forget, Philip Schaff is living in the 1800s, so this is still like cutting edge, the cutting edge science of his day. So there's an example where you have this, just that one verse, but I can start from verse 1 moving forward, where the church, it's called the Hexameron. They wrestled with this thing called Genesis, the days, and the young earth model is very foreign compared to the early church discussions on it.
That is interesting, honestly. To think that one day, it used to be the atheists that were like freaked out about, birds and fish or evolving from other creatures. Now it's a lot of the Christians, even not all YUCs.
Just quickly, Hippolytus. So there's a Greek philosopher by the name of Anaximander in the 300s BC. Because of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Old Testament, there was this early evolutionary discussion. Maybe we come from fish. Then Hippolytus in the I think in the 100s AD or maybe 200s AD. In hindsight of Anaximander, and talking about Genesis 1, says maybe humans come from fish. And this is a church father
Mm.
saying that
Yeah,
we derive from the
and now,
oceans.
well, you say that, and it's like a 2 hour debate, you
Yeah.
know. So, um, you know, I can almost see, I can see it like from a very broad sense, right? Like, it would be from a very broad sense, little snapshots, parts of Genesis that would align with kind of, I think, what even common sense would kind of dictate how things probably happened, right? Like, you know, we know. We know now, like the world was all water at one point, and then it was like hot
Hmm.
rock, and
Seriously, go.
the world has went through
Let's
all of
spend the
these different
next
things.
let's spend the next 20 minutes, because I know it's 4 hours now, but let's just spend the next 20 minutes going through each day, and I'll be as succinct as I can,
All
and
right, yeah,
I'll
and
tell you what. Like,
I definitely
yeah.
need to maybe take a break. I'm thinking about maybe doing a stream
Okay.
later or something. I'm not sure,
Okay.
but no, I definitely would like to hear it. But I guess my ultimate point though was you also have to kind of do so. Um, you do take away from the narrative of the text, like, this continuous narrative, little individual, I don't I guess problems, I would say, about, the ark and animals coming from all over the world, and things of
All
that
of that are
nature,
translational issues. Yep.
but
Yep. Mm.
I think, generally speaking, like with a creation story, you could probably do the same thing with almost all of them. Is what we know about the world in a very broad sense, be able to kind of see that in some of the narrative spun, because I think a lot of it is almost common sense. Like, once you get past the whole young earth, God made everything all at once, and you understand that if God did it, it was probably a process, then your brain kind of starts to go from there,
Yep. Yep. So yeah, it's up to you. We can continue the
Oh yeah, no,
discussion
yeah, please,
specifically
no,
on this, or we can do that
we can
right now. Or...
go another 20, 30, maybe
Okay.
even an hour, but
Yeah,
eventually I'll
I
have
know
to
you.
draw it
I know
to a
you need to
close,
take a break. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
well,
So
I should probably hang out with my daughter for a little while today
yeah.
on
So
the
tell me.
holiday. But
Let's do then. Let's just do the first day, or even maybe the first 3 days or something, just to give you a little bit of taste. And then I'll then
we could
bring us
definitely have
straight into chapter
a
two.
follow
And
up conversation at any time as well.
yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't want this to be our only conversation. I really enjoyed it. This was
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
Yep. So, like, do you have any questions on day one specifically? Like, from verses 1 to 5, is there anything that made you go, "What the heck's going on here"?
Well, I mean, plenty of it. I joked about God's strobe light, the initial light before He made the greater light, right?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I've had some fairly funny responses from some people. One person told me Jesus or God Himself was light, but she said Jesus. But I knew she meant God. God was the light and was running around the world, and that's how there was light on the world before the great light. but
Mm.
I'm just now like pulling up Genesis, so I could probably see it a little clearer.
Okay, I'm gonna give you. This is Sale Hammer's translation in the private chat, and there's a link to it. This is just me copying and pasting his translation in there. And what I'll do is, before I consult his translation, I'll do, like, say, the first verse of Genesis 1:1, and then I'll explain why he rendered verse 1 the way he did.
Mm.
And as a caveat, I say this in the blog post. I'm like, look, Salehammer's not out there to marry science with Genesis. All he was concerned about was, if you were to approach a Jew, how do you like read Genesis 1:1 for me in Hebrew? Okay, bang, it's read. Okay, now commentate on that. Can you give like a paraphrase of what that verse is saying? What would a Jew say? And so that's Salehammer's ambition here. So,
Yeah.
in the first verse, in the beginning God creates the heavens and the earth. Immediately with Bereshit in the beginning, that is ambiguous. It's not in the beginning, as a lot of English translations put it. It can also be rendered as long ago, or when God began to create heavens and the earth. The reason why is because of the vowel pointing with Bereshit. It's not the beginning. It's like a beginning, and this is important because if it's going to match with the ancient Near Eastern creation myths, well, the Enuma Elish literally is when the gods, when like like sometime in the past. It's not saying in the beginning this happened. That's why a lot of translations try and have its cake and eat it too, sort of thing, where it has in the beginning in verse 1, and then when, the word when, in verse 2. So in the beginning when God creates the heavens and the earth, when the earth was. They try and do it both ways. But, okay, so that being said, you have Bereshit as connotating something long ago. But it is a beginning, but it was long ago. Now, obviously, then God is that supernatural entity, right? So, God, and then creates bara, and bara, the word bara is always used as a verb for God. It's never used for humans or anything else. So if bara is used, it's something special, something brand new, something like an ex nihilo, something that's not natural. But now it comes into being because it's connected to God. So in the beginning, or sometime in the past, this God figure, baraz, creates, and then heavens and the earth. That phrase in Hebrew just means totality, or the universe. Why? Because, again, think Lawrence Krauss having to go back and talk to an ancient culture. Mm-hmm. If Lawrence Krauss said, hey, the universe did this, or the space-time dimensions of the universe, it would be more accurate for him to say the space-time dimensions of the heavens and the earth, because that phrase heavens and earth is what the scholars will call a merism. Because notice, heavens and earth, it's a picture, it's a way of saying everything. So in linguistics, imagine like the word butterfly. Now, when you hear the word butterfly, you don't mean a fly that's buttery or butter that flies. You mean one thing. It's a compound noun, two words joined to mean this one thing. So heavens and earth is a joint. It's two words combined to mean how they understood it, which means what we would call the universe. So in long ago, at a beginning some time ago, God brings into existence the universe. Then it skips straight into verse 2. So notice a snapshot shift. Verse 2 then says, the earth's initial conditions is unformed and desolate. Oh, and by the way, just quickly, now that I'm up to verse 2, so I'll read Sailhammer's translation. So Sailhammer says, this is how he translates verse 1. Long ago, God created the world. He created the sun, the moon, and the stars, as well as all the creatures which inhabit the earth. He created all of them out of nothing, not in a single instant of time, but over a vast period of time. So see how he sees the merism phrase, heavens and earth, as encompassing all that we see, the sun, the moon, the stars, everything, the creatures. But then bara, the word create, which means out of nothing, but then that's qualified with the Bereshit word, that in the beginning word, because see how he says he created all of them out of nothing, but not in a single instant of time, but over a vast period of time. So that bara means to bring something into existence in a moment in time, but then it's already qualified by the fact that Bereshit means this is happening over a vast period of time, that God's bringing all these things out, like the sun, the moon, the stars. So that means the sun, and this is a response to the young creationists, the sun is already there in day one. The light, when God says let there be light, it's the light from the sun. So then the question is, what's going on in verse 2 that's causing darkness to be on the surface, for there no light to be there, and then suddenly light to finally be there? So now in verse 2, you have the conditions of the planet. First, it's tohu vabohu, it's unformed and desolate. And I can't help but think that sounds like the Hadean epoch, the hellish epoch of early Earth, that then immediately soon after that becomes a water world. But in the process... Yeah?
Real quick, when you say... So this is an interpretation by John Sailhammer. but this interpretation is vastly different than anything I've ever read. Like even what I'm looking at, and I'm looking at NIV. I'm not sure
Mm-hmm.
what actual text you're looking at.
Yep.
Um, how could it be the same interpretation if it's vastly just
So,
saying a completely different
yep.
thing?
So NIV or any like King James, whatever, they're word for word translation. It's what the words say. Sailhammer's point is just how we have commentaries today that expand on the text. Sailhammer's ambition here is how would a Jew elaborate more on these words? Because see, we are
So,
like for example,
he's inferring
mhm.
then. So, like that. That's kind of what you would have to infer a lot into, uh, really
Yeah,
like
he's
the thinking behind what these people were thinking back then, as
right, and
opposed to what
and
the actual text. All right, I got you.
right, and in
All
order
right.
to do that, you have to have a working knowledge of the cultural context, the usage of
Mhm.
language. So he's not thinking science here. He's just saying, I just want to see this
All right.
with the science of the linguistics of Hebrew grammar syntax. What would they argue with respect to the passage? So, for example, heavens and earth. Obviously, to you and I, we don't we don't have that in our English everyday usage of the English language. We don't say, "Hey, the heavens and earth look good today."
Mm. Yeah.
We say the night sky or the universe, but the way they used to talk, they used to talk a bit differently, and we have to be cognizant of that. And so then Sailhammer is basically trying to put you and me into their shoes. What's flowing through their mind when they're reading this?
Okay.
And all I'm saying is, if you read the way Sailhammer's put it, and he's had the backing of a lot of scholars, this is not just original to him. When you read it that way, I can't help, or having a working knowledge of Earth's natural history, I can't help but go, that seems to match with Earth's history. That yes, you do have a long period of time that this universe has existed where you have everything that's come into being. Then verse 2 gets into the early conditions of the planet. It's desolate and it's chaotic, but then it starts to take form into this watery like abyss, but it's dark on the surface. But then the Spirit of God is hovering over the waters, and then light happens to be, and then you have an alternation of day and night. He called the light day and the darkness night, and it was not the first day, it was day one. It was like the completion of this epoch.
Well, I guess my major question, and I don't want to break. I mean, this is honestly, this is pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm a constant skeptic. So
Mm-hmm.
when you say like this is how they would have expanded upon it in the time and the moment, like do you think that most of these people back then in that moment, that they thought that the creation took a long time,
Yeah, and I'll show you one example in the New Testament.
okay.
So Hebrews 11. If you go to Hebrews, are you using the NIV?
Yeah, I mean that's usually what my computer automatically does. Sometimes, if I'm dealing with NIFB, then I have to use
Okay.
King James. But yeah,
I'm
usually I go
interested to
NIV.
see what the NIV says. Okay, the NIV has universe. Let's see the King James.
I grew up on the King James, so
Just okay. Okay. No, okay. Okay. If you can compare it. Compare the NIV with the King James, and it's Hebrews 11 verse 3. Just to show you that even the translators had to wrestle with this. How the heck? Like they didn't want to say the obvious, I suppose.
all right, so yeah. New International Version. By faith we understand that the universe was formed at God's command, so that what is seen was not made out of what is visible. So go over to the King James. Let me find it. Not the New King James. Where is King James at? Up here somewhere. Man, there are a lot of different translations. Holy crap. There we go. All right. No, I think I have to actually hit the button.
Can you open the New American Standard Bible? Just because there's a footnote. It's following the same trajectory as the King James, but there's a. Do you use Bible Gateway? Is that the one?
Yeah, Bible Gateway. Yeah,
Yeah. So it's called the New American Standard Bible. Uh, it could be the 1995 update automatically.
99.5. All right,
Yep.
1995. All right.
Yep.
So by faith we understand that the worlds were prepared by the word of God, so that what
Mm-hmm.
is seen was not made out of things which are visible.
Okay. So the worlds there is also in the King James. King James also has worlds.
Hmm.
But is there a footnote next to worlds?
Yeah, A, which Hebrews 11:3 lit ages.
There you go. Lit means literary,
Yeah,
literally
literally.
ages. In the Greek, it's ages plural. So by faith we understand that the ages were prepared by the word of God. And you notice they don't have scientific backing for how this is possible. That's why it's this faith language. By faith we understand that the ages have been prepared. And this ages concept comes from the Second Temple period, because guess what? Hebrews is speaking to Jews. The Jews at the time knew of the epochs, the ages. For example, I'll give you another one, a more explicit one from Peter. Go to 2 Peter 2, verse 5.
All right. Oh, we gotta put.
So verse 4 and 5. 4 is about the angels that sinned. That's the Genesis 6 stuff. But then what does Peter say in 5?
He says, and did not spare the ancient world, but preserved Noah, a preacher of righteousness, with 7 others, when he brought a flood upon the world of the ungodly.
Okay, how does he describe the world? What qualifier does he give it? He did not spare
the ancient world.
The ancient world. And all throughout Scripture, in Ecclesiastes and sometimes in the Psalms, it speaks about the age-old hills, the ancientness of this. This is aeon, or the plural of that, is connected to basically, all the way back to that Genesis narrative. This is, this is a long time coming, so to speak.
No, I mean,
yeah.
really good point. You got me with that point. I'll just say, I mean, not much. Not going to argue against something I can't argue against. No, I think you're drawing it out. I think you drew that out pretty well. So yeah,
right.
Definitely.
So then verse 2. So see how Sailhammer then. So if you go back to the blog post and under verse 2, how Sailhammer renders verse 2. So and then I'll explain why he speaks about the fog there.
All right, so like the God's world, however, was not complete. He had not yet created human beings, and the land where he intended to put them was not yet suitable for them. It was covered by a deep ocean, and the sun could not penetrate the dense fog which covered the waters. God's spirit, however, was already present over the waters covering the land.
Okay, now why? Notice when you go to the actual verse, there's no mention of the dense fog covering the waters. Now, he's implicitly saying that the deep was covered by this thick cloud layer, which, by the way, in Earth's natural history, yes, the Earth did have an atmosphere that was many times thicker. That's why the whole moon collision event and all that, to make the atmosphere thinner, was possible for light, sunlight to finally penetrate through. Otherwise, it would be like Venus. Our planet would be this dark, sort of desolate, thick atmosphere world. And now, Sailhammer is implicitly saying, because of the heavens and earth phrase that says that the sun has to be part of that merism phrase, heavens and earth, and because of that ancient Near Eastern cosmic battle of Tiamat, Marduk, and the chaos language, the Tohu Bohu, that means as the formation is, as it's taking its form, there must be this obstacle in the way between the sun and the ocean surface. But this is an implicit conjecture on Sailhammer's part. Now, but he's not wrong, and here's why. Because there is, in the Bible, also commentating on the Genesis 1 creation story, that explicitly says cloud cover. So if you go to your Bible again, you pick any translation, and it's God telling Job the early conditions of the planet Earth during the Genesis 1 creation event. Because God's telling Job, hey, remember when I was doing this and remember I was doing that? So in Job 38, from verse 4 onwards, but specifically verse 9, but from 4 onwards, God's like, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Where were you when I stretched the line and did all this stuff? And then what does verse 9 say?
When I made a garment, its garment. When I made a cloud, its garment, and thick darkness, its swaddling band.
Exactly. So God explicitly, or the author of Job in this sense, looking back to Genesis 1, is in hindsight of Genesis 1, and guess what? Job is part of that Hebrew tradition, commentating and saying, cloud cover is the reason why. It was like a garment of, like a thick darkness, swaddling blanket-like garment that caused it to be dark on the surface. And so implicitly, through the rules of Hebrew grammar, Sailhammer is saying, yeah, the sun couldn't penetrate the dense fog. But now, within the Bible, also speaking about the Genesis narrative, in Job 38, supposedly God himself is telling Job, this is one of the initial conditions of the plan, and that is there was this cloud cover that caused darkness on the surface. And then verse 12, though, in Job 38, when it says, have you ever in your life commanded the morning and caused the dawn to know its place? So then, now when you go back to Genesis 1, this language of commanding the morning or the dawn to know its place, well, what does that connotate? That connotates a rotation of the Earth on its axis with respect to the nearby star, orbiting that star, and hence, light to reach the surface so that you can have that alternation of day and night. So, when you go back to Genesis 1, it says exactly that. Now, after the Spirit is moving over the surface of the waters, brooding over it, something's going on with respect to the waters and with respect to the thick atmosphere that's causing it to be dark on the surface. And then verse 3 says, due to the Spirit's hovering, verse 3 says, God said, now light, let light be. And then the light was not only good, but there's a separation of light and dark. Light becomes day, dark becomes night. And that's your 24-hour period, so to speak. But notice it doesn't say it's 24 hours. It's just saying day, meaning light time, and dark time. And we know that that Earth has not maintained a 24-hour period. It has advanced from a 50-minute day, and then 300 million years ago it was 21 hours in a day, and now it's 24 hours in a day, and soon will be 25, 26. And the reason why it's slowing down is because of the tidal lock between the Earth and the Moon. The Moon is a gravitational brake, slowing the Earth's rotation down.
Okay.
So, yeah. That's
Yeah.
day one.
I mean, and I can see what you're doing with that, but it's like, I don't know, even this version of the text, it's still, I don't, a bit murky. Like, it's
Sure.
it's a lot of I don't know. It's kind of grasping, but at the same time, I definitely, you're making good points. I'm
All I'm saying is
it's hard to
this-
argue against it. I would like to hear
Yeah.
the scholarship that would kind of go against this. Like you
Sure.
said, Dr. Josh
Sure.
disagreed with you about this.
No, he disagreed
and
with the concordist Hugh Ross approach on this.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
this,
So
that's the thing. With this, he'd have to consult the Hebrew scholarship that Sailhammer himself is.
yeah,
You
I would like
just,
to. I'm definitely, and I usually do this with these really good streams, especially when I'm starting to learn some new stuff. Because you're definitely doing a bit of a different exegesis than I'm using here.
But notice
I'm used
it
to.
completely contradicts the mention of day 4, that the first time the sun's created on day 4.
It's fascinating.
No. The sun's already in day 1, but now it has its eventual function as being the sun by the time you reach day 4. Now, someone like Hugh Ross will say, now this is now going beyond Sailhammer. This is now the full-blown concordus. When it says God's hovering, in Earth's early history, you have cyanobacteria that releases oxygen and takes in the toxic stuff. The word for hover there can connotate a type of creating life. So what is God doing over the oceans? Well, implicitly, since we know in Earth's natural history that life emerges in the oceans, cyanobacteria. So God's creating cyanobacteria in the oceans. That then terraforms the earth so that it's not opaque anymore, but translucent enough for light to come through. Then day 2 is a water cycle, which then leads to day 3, which is when landmass starts to appear. When landmass appears, you have a type of simple vegetation. When you have vegetation, further terraforming of the earth happens, which means, guess what? From an opaqueness to a translucency to a transparency. And that's why day 4, now the visibility of the sun, moon, and stars take place. Then day 5 is the Cambrian explosion, 500 million years ago, where you have a jump in speciation, advanced phyla emerge. Then day 6, which is humans on the scene from Africa. And Genesis 2 is a migration of, because it says, and God placed man in the east. It gives you the 4 rivers, Tigris, Euphrates, and the Pishon, Gihon rivers. That's all in the Persian Gulf. And when you look at human history, like human migration patterns, from the Horn of Africa, they migrate into the Arabian Peninsula, into the Persian Gulf, and anthropologists call it the Persian Gulf Oasis. That's where humans settled. And everything that happens from Genesis 3 onwards is only happening in that region. Abraham comes from Ur of the Chaldeans, same region. Genesis, the flood, same region. Noah's Ark lands in the mountains, the Armenian mountains, that same Persian Gulf region. The ancient Near Eastern cultures as well, and their creation, that's all in that same region. So,
yeah, well, I definitely. It is a different way to look at it. I'm sitting here looking at the text, and I remember something that you said earlier when we first started getting into this, or maybe even way earlier in the stream. You said, if you take God out, and if you take God out of this initial text, then it becomes like something completely different. And I'm sitting here kind of doing that, and you're definitely right about that. This is very intriguing to me. For one, it's intriguing because I always really enjoy hearing all the different places that Christians get to. Like I've met so many different now, so many different people that and yours is very educated, very, very intelligent. But for 2, because it flies in the face of my because I was raised a young earth creationist. I was a Baptist, and it completely flies in the face of that. So I'm caught here as an atheist, trying not to revert to my my former Christianity and be like, what the hell are you saying? Like, what? No, it makes a lot of sense. It does. But I definitely want to actually get deeper into it and maybe have a second conversation where we can actually you can go through this whole thing, and that would actually give me a chance to kind of. I can always talk to Dr. Josh, but just kind of look at some of the other scholarship, maybe critics of because every scholar has their critics. So critics of John Sailhammer, I've heard this name before. You're not.
There's even
I've definitely heard this name before.
John Goldengay.
Maybe I know. I started reading with mostly thanks to Dr. Josh, because Dr. Josh has helped me with a couple of my debates, sent me some of his notes, some of his sources and scholars to read, and I've been reading. So that's kind of how I started reading, like actual real scholars instead of just I don't know, the normal way I do shit. Responding to YouTube videos and stuff,
How I came across Dr. Josh was I don't know if you remember the Non Sequitur show.
Oh yeah, way back in the day,
yeah. So I was just asked to debate someone on it, and last minute the person pulled out, and then here's a PhD scholar in Assyriology, and and all I did was, because I'm more keen on the science aspect, and that's the thing. Dr. Josh he doesn't disagree with the science because he knows I'm utilizing secular mainstream science. But the debate was on the flood, actually, and I was arguing for the Persian Gulf flooding. But then it's the argument I was utilizing from respect to the Genesis narrative, and I gave a whole 2-hour little slide lecture well before the debate about that, and he reviewed that, and
Yeah,
he
well,
had
I
some
think with him
disagreements. Yeah.
especially, I would be, just to get the reference for the culture and that
Mm.
you know how they thought about things, what they I'm sure that he would have some context for that. But outside of that, like this is fascinating. There's no way to deny that the way that you've laid it out here and the way that I'm reading it, because I'm kind of reading through Sailhammer's
Sure.
thing as we
Sure.
go, and it is it's really sparking my interest. I'm gonna have fun with this for the next
Yeah.
few days, I think.
Yeah. And I'll do also likewise. I'll send you like an 8-minute summary video I made, just summarizing my flood model. I'll
Cool.
send you my Mark study notes. In fact, I'll just dump a whole lot of stuff that
Oh,
I've been
dude,
doing behind the scenes, and
yeah,
you
I'd
you,
love
you
that.
take your time with
And
it. Yeah.
yeah,
So
I really, people make fun of me at work. They call me a dork because like I get off on doing, I get off on learning new stuff. Like
sure.
I
Sure.
can sit here for 8 hours and lose my entire day, reading through stuff. Like I'm
Mm.
even like I never thought I'd say it, but I'm enjoying reading philosophy now. It's like a
Very good.
new obsession of mine.
Yeah.
So, and if you say you haven't watched me long enough, like I hated philosophy. I hated it. I freaking hated it. But
Hey, I was a math guy. I hated English lit. And now, because I'm engaging with all this stuff, there's a lot of reading, obviously, to do. And
yeah.
now I'm in love now with the humanities. And I'm a math guy.
Yeah.
But,
Oh man. Yeah. I'm
yeah.
hooked. There's no doubt. But I do want to. I do have to cut this short.
Yeah, definitely. We can stop it here. Yeah.
My daughter was in here about an hour ago, I think, and she's like, "When is dinner?" And I'm like, "Oh, yep, I'll start it in about an hour."
Sure. Sure.
So I'm gonna cook dinner and
You've
spend
been
some time with her. But
you've been
like, I
very
don't know
gracious
what.
with your time.
Well,
So
man,
yeah.
I could do this for another 5 hours. I'm not sure what you're doing later. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna decide after the show. But I might have like an open room later or something. So
Sure.
if you're not doing nothing, feel free to stop by.
Yeah. It's 5:30 in the morning for me. I'll be
Oh,
going for a
oh yeah,
surf.
I forgot. It's like now it's like really super late for you.
Yeah,
So.
and I've done an all-nighter, but it's all good. I'll probably go for a surf. I have some things to do. I'm moving house, and also
Oh yeah,
some jobs to do. But
I
definitely
definitely
tag
don't
me.
blame you.
No. I'm not gonna blame you. I've thoroughly. I think it was good. I had that tug to reach out in that moment. That's the thing. If I didn't
Yeah.
come across Praise's stream about you being in that stream, I may not have even reached out. It was just literally suddenly I saw your name, and it was jogging my memory. Oh yeah, I've come across him before. The math stuff,
Mm.
and I just thought I'm just gonna reach out and let's see how to
Dude,
chat, and then yeah.
yeah, I
Mm.
definitely didn't think we'd go 4.5 hours, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I'm really glad you reached out because I enjoyed meeting you, and I'm looking forward to you're the type of interlocutor that I want to be talking to. You're very
So
intelligent, and you're not disrespect. You don't come at me like, oh, why do you exist? And I get that from so many people. So.
why do you
This
exist,
has been
really?
awesome.
It's just
I don't
that is
know. And
no,
it's
that
like,
is
well, it's almost like they just can't imagine that I will be me and not ashamed of it, and I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I well, I'm glad that we hit it off, and I'm sorry. I'll try and take the bullet, but I'm sorry that people have been like that. It's just that's just so
Well,
weird. Like,
I do understand. I do make a lot of vitriolic videos. I've got over 1,000 of them. So I mean, I piss them off. I get it. So. But no, I thank you for coming on.
no worries.
I we have a way that we can actually communicate now, and
Hmm.
I definitely am looking forward to more. Um, and I'm gonna check out your channel. I told Hunter Bailey way back in the day I would, and I don't think I have yet. So I'm actually gonna check out
Hmm.
your channel and.
Hey, message him now and be like, just fuck with Rob for 4 hours or something, and he'd be like,
Oh yeah,
"What?"
yeah. I'll shoot him an email because that's how we talked, and we haven't talked in a while. So
Yeah.
maybe I'll remind him that we did say we were gonna talk live one day. So
Yeah.
all right, well, thank you for
Thanks.
coming on.
Thanks, brother. You take care. All right. Yeah.
Yep, you too. And audience, thank you guys for hanging in. This was an awesome one. Rob, I do have like a little outro screen, so I'm gonna throw that on to be about a minute of music.
Sure. What I'll do is shall I leave now and then you do your
Yeah, I mean, if you
closing?
want, it's just
Yep.
like a 2 minutes worth of
Okay.
music. So,
All right. Catch you guys and thank you again, Raging.
oh yeah,
Pleasure.
thank you, man, and I'll talk to you soon.
Catch you, bro.
All right, that was a fascinating conversation. I know you guys usually like to see the rage conversations; those will happen, I'm sure. But man, I feel smarter for the conversation that I just had, and I feel better about um uh the conversations that are possible. Maybe I guess this is what I'm trying to say. Um, Positive conversations are possible, and when you come across them, even though they are rare in this day and age on this platform, I think you should appreciate them, even though they're not the dumpster fires that you sometimes enjoy the most. But I thought it was fascinating. I'm really looking forward to kind of approaching what he hit me there at the end with, and drawing my own conclusions on it. And but man, he was getting to me there for a minute. I'm like, this is lining up with what he's saying. So I'm gonna look into that, and I'm looking forward to the next conversation where we can really get deeper into that. I almost wish we had gotten to the science part earlier because we kept pushing it off, so we could have gotten deeper into that today. But I should go spend some time with my child. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna cook some dinner, and maybe around 9 o'clock I might have an open room. I enjoyed the one the other night. I definitely don't want to go to 3 in the morning, but maybe I'll have a couple hours, 2 3 hours, and open it up, and we'll see what happens. Now, if I start getting porn bombed again, if it starts getting toxic, then I'll just stop doing it again. But maybe tonight we'll have an open room. Thank you guys for joining. This was awesome. Really great conversations. I love really great conversations. And let me share my screens and get us out of here. So, thanks for watching, guys. I will share my screen correctly. I'll see you guys soon.